Chapter 798. You there? See you at the usual place. The message was brief. It was signed by Juan Macho. It had been a year since they parted. Ever since they parted at the Xiaoxiang restaurant, there had been no news of her for a whole year. However, for martial artists, especially Star Lord level ones, who had a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, a year of cultivation was nothing. Sometimes a single seclusion could last for years, decades, or even centuries. Thinking back to how the two of them had become friends, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. In this unfamiliar vermilion bird continent, Juan Macho was one of his few friends. His eyes flashing, Lin Feng smiled and replied with a brief message. Then he entered the transaction space in the basement. The transaction had already been completed. 15 billion? Lin Feng looked at his silver phoenix card in surprise. It was more than he had imagined. The silver phoenix card belonged to the Lin clan's 4th-tier identity token. It was similar to the one he received when he first joined the Lin clan, but its level was much higher. It wasn't just a symbol of identity and status. In the inner and outer districts of the Lin clan, the phoenix card was used. This was the symbol of the Lin clan. My contribution has reached 2 stars. Lin Feng murmured and smiled. Accumulative sales of goods exceeding 1 billion soul spirit coins have reached 2 stars. The processing fee is reduced by 2%, and the cost of materials is reduced by 4%. Many a little makes an ocean. Not bad. If he calculated it over a long period of time, it would be much cheaper. However, Lin Feng didn't care about this small profit. The main thing was to fulfill his promise. To refine astral treasures, he gave the Lin clan priority to purchase them. Now that I've fully comprehended the 2nd layer of the color glass heart, I can refine 6th-grade astral treasures. However, the cost of materials is too low compared to a 9th-grade astral treasure. Lin Feng felt helpless. He had spent 3 days and 3 nights researching the 9th-grade astral treasure and had used up 400 million soul spirit coins worth of materials. So what if he wanted to refine a 6th-grade astral treasure? Even a few billion soul spirit coins wouldn't be enough. No wonder the refining guidebook is so popular. Without the refining guidebook, it would be a waste of money for a refiner to experiment with the refining process. If you don't have any wealth, how can you comprehend it? Lin Feng understood. It was only because he had the starry sky pupils that he was able to grasp the technique in such a short time. But what about the other refiners? According to what Yuma said, to completely grasp the refinement of a 9th-rank astral treasure, it would take at least a month or more. And following the increase in the rank of astral treasures, not only was the consumption of materials even more intense, the difficulty of comprehension was even more increasing with each passing day. Indeed, it could be summed up in 2 words: burning money. Behind the generous profits, there was indeed a considerable sacrifice. As far as he was concerned, if he wanted to grasp the complete refinement of the 6th-rank astral treasure colored glass heart 2, the first major prerequisite was to first possess sufficient capital. 1 step at a time. First, refine the 9th-rank astral treasure colored glass heart and accumulate the initial capital. Lin Feng nodded. He opened the catalog of materials in the trading space. As a family of craftsmen, the Lin clan had abundant mineral reserves. All the commonly used metals, crystals, and ores were available in the trading space. It was very convenient. A set of 9th-rank astral treasure colored glass heart requires a material cost of 17.05 million Dolan coins. Reducing it by 4% would be 16.37 million Dolan coins. I now have 15 billion Dolan coins. In other words, I could buy 70 sets of materials. Let's start accumulating bit by bit. Lin Feng smiled and quickly submitted the application for materials. In the blink of an eye, the remaining balance of the Phoenix Silver card was reduced to 1 million Dolan coins. However, it came quickly and left quickly as well. Xiaoxiang Restaurant, Qianluo District's largest restaurant. It was also the restaurant where Juan Macho and Lin Feng first met in the land of the 9 provinces. That day, Juan Macho was the first to arrive at the Vermilion Bird Continent. In order to adapt to the new environment, she helped Lin Feng inquire about the Lin clan, so she settled down in Qianluo district. When they were on opposite sides, she was a very difficult enemy. But if they were on the same side, Juan Macho was a very reliable and loyal friend. Long time no see, Brother Juan. Lin Feng stepped in with a smile. Juan Macho was sitting in the same seat as when they parted last time. She was drinking wine alone with a faintly discernible smile on her face. Looking at Lin Feng, Juan Macho also laughed heartily. Long time no see, Brother Lin. Lin Feng gazed at Juan Macho with light in his eyes. Juan Macho's aura had already recovered, with a hint of pride and ease. This was the strongest person in the Yinling mansion back then. Congratulations, Lin Feng said casually. They clinked their cups and drank. The two looked at each other and smiled. Nothing needed to be said. Haha, Brother Lin, I heard that you've been in the limelight recently. Juan Macho blinked. Huh? Lin Feng looked at Juan Macho in confusion. Why do you say that? He had been staying in the apprentice workshop for the past year. After the workshop ended, he also stayed in the Lin clan, not leaving the house at all. How was he in the limelight? Juan Macho smiled and said, You've won the heart of the most beautiful woman in Qianluo County. Such a great achievement is naturally talked about, isn't it? A pair of hawk-like eyes stared at Lin Feng, only to see Lin Feng put on an amused expression. Juan Macho couldn't help but be surprised. It's just a rumor. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. He knew that the most beautiful woman in Qianluo County was his sister Lin Yuma. But how could he and his sister be together? Ridiculous. It seems it's really a rumor, Juan Macho said softly. Of course. Yuma is just my mentor in the apprentice workshop. Lin Feng nodded. Thanks to her, my ability as a refiner has improved by leaps and bounds. Brother Lin, have you really become a refiner? Juan Macho was even more surprised. Sort of. Lin Feng smiled. He had indeed refined his first astral treasure. However, the human rank refiner examination required him to take the test in the Refiners Alliance. Strictly speaking, he didn't have a title yet. Then won't I be lucky in the future? Juan Macho joked, but she didn't care too much. In her opinion, Lin Feng still had a long way to go before he could become a real refiner. How could it be so easy to become the first of the 4 deputy professions? This time, when I traveled with Master to the Vermilion Bird Continent, I saw the New Star Refiners competition. It was full of people and highly regarded. Juan Macho sighed softly. Refiners have a lofty status in the 9 provinces of the human race. Just this little Star of Hope competition is already so impressive. Right, the winner in the end was actually a refiner from Qianluo County. I heard that he's a genius from the Pang family. What's his name? Pang Yen. Juan Macho immediately remembered. Pang Yen? Lin Feng smiled and remembered the name. However, it wasn't attractive to him. Instead, what Juan Macho said was, Master, Brother Juan, you become a disciple? Lin Feng was surprised. It had only been a year since they parted. Yes. Juan Macho's eyes were shining with a hint of pride. After we parted that day, I didn't go to the Equatorial Palace Alliance or the Eagle Cries in the sky. Instead, I went to the Eagle King to train myself. I spent half a year fighting and killing. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. When Juan Macho said the words fighting and killing, his expression changed slightly. Maybe he said it so casually, but he could feel the murderous intent that he inadvertently revealed. Look, Juan Macho smiled and rolled up his sleeves. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly dilated. He saw all kinds of wounds, which were very eye-catching. These wounds were relatively new. Obviously, he had experienced them during the year he parted with Juan Macho. New wounds. And then, Lin Feng asked curiously. Juan Macho shrugged and smiled. Nothing. I became a disciple for no reason. I thought I would enter the Eagle King, but I didn't expect that my master wasn't a member of the Eagle King. Until now, I'm still confused. My results were only average during the training, but my master chose me. Lin Feng, you don't know how envious the other guys who trained with me were. Juan Macho couldn't help but laugh. Lin Feng smiled and said, It should be potential. Juan Macho was a once-in-10,000 years genius in Yanling Prefecture. He had all the glory. If Yifutian didn't appear, he might have already unified Yinling Prefecture. Wanmacho was not even 30 years old, compared to him, who took every step cautiously and steadily to improve himself. He relied on many fortuitous encounters and opportunities. In terms of temperament and talent, Wanmacho was not bad. His strength was slightly weaker now because of the difference in cultivation environment between the 9 provinces and Yinling Prefecture. As time passed, this difference would soon be erased. Maybe, Wanmacho laughed. My master said that he was also born in the wilderness and had no disciples. If you want to find someone to inherit his mantle, it could be considered an opportunity. A star sector-level expert. Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and he asked curiously. Wanmacho shook his head and glanced around. He lowered his voice and said, No, my master is a saint-level expert. Hiss! Lin Feng widened his eyes and looked at Wanmacho in disbelief. A saint-level expert was like a wild crane in the 9 provinces. They were at the top of the pyramid. Wanmacho was indeed a good opportunity. Huh! Wanmacho waved his hand and said with a smile, Do you also think that saint-level experts are rare and few? In fact, although I don't know the approximate number, according to my master, there are a certain number of human saint-level experts. A certain number. Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and his heart started beating. Yes, birds of a feather flock together. Just because he didn't see them didn't mean they didn't exist. All the people he saw and met were Star Lords because he was a Star Lord at the moment. When he reached the Star Sector level, he would naturally meet Star Sector level experts. His hope was greatly increased, since there were a lot of saints among human beings. In other words, this path wasn't as unreachable as he thought. He had great hope. First update, seriously, I have a cold and a terrible headache. Sweat. Chapter 799. However, it's not convenient for me to reveal my master's information to you, Brother Lin. Wanmacho shrugged helplessly. It's fine. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Congratulations, Brother Wan. With a saint-level expert as his master, Wanmacho's future would definitely be bright. As his friend, Su Mo was happy for him. Brother Lin, you don't know how troublesome it is to have a master, Wanmacho said with a bitter face. Wanmo said with a bitter face, Sometimes I have to do this, sometimes I have to do that. I don't have any freedom at all. Also, he forbids me from going out. It's not easy for me to find a day off. Lin Feng smiled. Wanmacho was indeed naturally fond of freedom. He had finally escaped from the restraints of his family, but he didn't expect to be controlled by his master again. Indeed, everyone had their own fate. All right, be happy, Lin Feng said with a smile. A saint-level master is the envy of many. That's true. Wanmacho drained the wine cup in his hand. His eyes were bright. You gain something, you lose something. Master is right. If I want to gain a foothold in the Douling world and settle down, I must possess sufficient strength to protect myself. Strength was everything. Lin Feng agreed with this point. If I was strong enough, perhaps I would have avenged my father by now. If I could find Xiao, I could save my father in Duo. Lin Feng shook his head as he pondered. He also yearned for enough strength. However, he still lacked a lot. By the way, Lin Feng, did you sign up for the Centennial Vermilion Bird Challenge competition? Wanmacho blinked and asked. Vermilion Bird Challenge competition? Lin Feng was surprised. What's that? You don't know? Wanmacho was quite surprised. She sighed and shook her head. It seems that you really have been in closed-door cultivation this year. You even turned a deaf ear to the grand event of the Vermilion Bird Continent that occurs once in 100 years. If it were you in Yinling Prefecture, you would have already signed up. Are you exaggerating? Lin Feng smiled. Wanmacho smiled and pointed around. Look, who isn't talking about the Vermilion Bird Challenge now? Lin Feng sneered, then focused his mind and listened to his surroundings. After a long time, that's true. Lin Feng nodded his head in surprise. Is this Vermilion Bird Challenge really organized by the saint-level expert, King Yin? King Yin was the ruler of the Vermilion Bird Continent. His reputation was like a crane. That's right, Wanmacho said seriously. This King Yin is an extraordinary person. being able to become the master of a continent. He is naturally extraordinary, and his strength is extremely terrifying. Although Master didn't say it clearly, it seems that compared to King Yan's strength, Master is still a bit weaker. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Even though they were all at the saint level, there were naturally differences in strength. The human race had 9 domains, and each domain had 9 continents. In other words, there were 80 saint-level experts. However, from what Juan Macho said just now, the human race had far more than 80 saint-level experts, and the fact that they could control a continent was undoubtedly an affirmation of their strength. Other things aside, in terms of status, they were definitely among the top 81 saint-level experts. This year is especially special. Countless star sector-level experts are rushing to participate. Do you know why? Juan Macho said with a smile. Lin Feng shook his head. This was the first time he had heard of the Vermilion Bird Challenge. Because the ancient forbidden area of the Vermilion Bird Continent has been opened. Juan Macho's eyes were bright. Ancient forbidden area? Lin Feng was dazed. What's that? I don't know. Juan Macho spread out her hands. Master told me so, but he wouldn't tell me no matter how I asked. It's infuriating. After saying that, Juan Macho made a helpless expression. It's useless to think too much about it. Master said it's extremely difficult for me to pass the preliminary round with my strength, let alone obtain the qualifications to enter the primordial forbidden area. Indeed, if all the star sector-level experts participated, the competition would not be on the same level at all. Juan Macho was like that, and so was he. Lin Feng murmured and nodded. Brother Juan, are you going to participate? Of course. Juan Macho looked up with burning eyes. This is a good opportunity to compete with the experts of the 9 continents. Fighting is always the best way to improve one's strength. What's there to be afraid of losing? Besides, Master said that after entering the preliminaries, even if I fail, I can still improve greatly. It's a very good opportunity to hone myself. Juan Macho's confidence had returned. He was still the #1 expert of Yinling Prefecture who feared nothing. Then I'll participate too, Lin Feng said with a smile. This was also a good opportunity for him to hone himself. Juan Macho was right. Fighting was the fastest way to improve one's strength. He could take this opportunity to see how strong the real top experts of the 9 continents were. For him, not only could it broaden his horizons, but he could also learn a lot every second. The ability of a refiner must be improved, but his own strength must not be neglected either. Otherwise, it would be putting the cart before the horse. Juan Macho laughed out loud. I knew you would be tempted. However, as of 2 hours ago, all the registrations have been completed. Now, I'm afraid they're already coordinating the number of people and assigning the fighting areas for the first round. In 10 days, the first round of the qualifiers will officially begin. No way. Lin Feng frowned. Wouldn't he be killed before he could even start? That would be too unlucky suddenly. Here, Juan Macho smiled and put a metal sheet on the table. Don't worry, I've already prepared it for you. A faint light flashed, as if it was some kind of pass. Lin Feng could not help but smile. Thank you very much, Brother Juan, Lin Feng said with a smile. When he was about to take the metal sheet, Lin Feng found that Juan Macho did not let go of it. He was slightly surprised. Promise me one thing. Juan Macho's eyes were as bright as an eagle's, with a fierce gleam. Their eyes met. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. It felt familiar. It was Juan Macho, whom he had met for the first time in Yinling Mansion, who was surrounded by a sparkling fighting spirit. Tough, terrifying, and dangerous. That day, Juan Macho defeated him with impeccable strength. Even his extremely powerful magnetic explosion was blocked by Juan Macho with his tough body. That battle was a complete loss for him. Fight! Lin Feng's eyes were shining. No one knows me better than Brother Lin. Juan Macho laughed and pushed the metal sheet to Lin Feng. Pa! Lin Feng took it with his right hand. It was cold to the touch. Lin Feng immediately put the metal sheet in. He looked at Juan Macho and realized that his battle intent had been aroused by Juan Macho. Ever since he entered the Douling world, he had been cultivating diligently and comprehending star techniques. He hadn't had the chance to test what level his strength had reached. While Macho was indeed a good touchstone, he wanted to see clearly what kind of level he was standing at now. Now, Lin Feng asked with a smile. Of course. While Macho smiled and stood up, he blinked and said, I only have 1 day off. Lin Feng smiled. There was no need to look for a place to spar. There was an illusory space in the Xiaoxiang restaurant alone. There were no real life and death battles in the Qianluo district, and all the battles were held in various illusory spaces. There were naturally plenty of such energy devices. Even in the small valley of the Lin clan, there was an illusory space. Compared to the rarity in Tianwu continent, it was extremely common in the 9 provinces. The energy civilization was rather prominent here. Brother Lin, don't misunderstand. It's just a simple spar. Just take it as a warm-up for the upcoming Vermilion Bird Challenge. Juan Macho smiled and patted Lin Feng's shoulder. It was meaningful. Lin Feng smiled. How could he not know Juan Macho's painstaking efforts? However, he didn't want to repeat the same mistakes and follow in his footsteps. He was living too comfortably and forgot about competition and the most important thing for a martial artist. This was a true friend. Go all out. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand with glistening eyes. Of course. Juan Macho smiled, his eyes full of battle intent. They clenched their hands and smirked. In the central area of the Lin clan. He roared into the sky as if he was venting. Lin Fan's hair was messy, and his eyes were full of blood. He gritted his teeth. He finally came out. Under his father's supervision, Lin Fan had been forced to stay in seclusion to prepare for the Vermilion Bird Challenge. However, he couldn't do anything as he watched Lin Feng make him a cuckold. He couldn't do anything as he watched the woman he loved being intimate with another man. Hatred. Extreme hatred. However, under the stimulation of this hatred, Lin Fan did not expect that. He actually made a breakthrough. Lin Feng, tell me, should I thank you or hate you? Lin Fan bared his teeth and grinned. You must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. How dare you steal my woman? Damn it. You really don't know what's good for you. Lin Fan snorted disdainfully. His eyes were full of disdain. In his opinion, Lin Feng was just a good-for-nothing. According to Jia Xiang's intelligence, Lin Feng's record in the virtual space a year ago was first-rank Star Lord, second-rank Star Cultivator. I can make you die without you even knowing it with my little finger. Lin Fan snorted disdainfully. In his opinion, Lin Feng's strength was nothing worth mentioning. Where's Lin Feng now? Lin Fan asked casually. Young master, Lin Feng just left 2 hours ago. Lin Langbao cupped his hands. He was sent by Lin Fan to monitor Lin Feng. TSK, Lin Fan massaged the back of his neck. What about Yumo? Miss Yumo is still in seclusion. Lin Langbao said respectfully. She must be working hard to prepare for the Vermilion Bird Challenge. Pouting his lips, Lin Fan snorted. However, even though the sky was high and the birds were free to fly, there was still nothing he could do. I'll go to my father's place first. Continue to monitor him. Inform me immediately when Lin Feng returns. Lin Fan nodded and ordered. Yes, young master. Lin Langbao cupped his hands. Second update. Chapter 800. Once again, he entered the virtual space. This time, Lin Feng felt completely different. Because Juan Macho wasn't an ordinary opponent. Lin Feng was well aware of the difference in strength between the two of them when they were in Yanling Mansion. There was a world of difference. But so what now? After the bloody battle with the Eagle King and then becoming a disciple of the saint-level powerhouse. Brother Juan, I'm afraid things are different now. Lin Feng secretly thought, but he understood very well. Having a saint-level master was the most important thing for Juan Macho. It could be said that not only did she have a guiding light, but she also had an extremely strong backer. All kinds of equipment, including astral weapons, astral treasures, astral weapons, astral armor, and even astral pills and astral talismans, were available to Juan Macho. In the Douling world, money could buy a lot of things. Saint-level powerhouses naturally didn't lack money. But It's not that easy to defeat me. Lin Feng's eyes were glowing, and he was still confident. He didn't waste the past year either. Now, he was a 4th-rank Star Lord and a 5th-rank Star Cultivator. His strength was comparable to a 6th-rank Star Lord, and he had also comprehended many star techniques. Most importantly, because of the weapon crafting, he had raised the grade of the Flame of Rebirth to a whole new level. Now, it was a real Star Lord level fire of rebirth. Light flashed in front of him as Lin Feng and Wan Macho entered the virtual space. Their light shields were instantly shattered, and the battle was about to begin. Summoning Garuda Soldier, Lin Feng's eyes flickered, but he didn't make a killing move directly. For him now, the strongest thing was still the purple crystal spear in his hand. Lin Feng was absolutely confident that he could still kill Wan Macho with the strength of his body that was not inferior to any Star Lord level warrior, even if Wan Macho's strength had improved tremendously. But now, the mainstream of his cultivation was already leaning towards being a fire spiritual master. There was no reason to keep relying on his previous achievements. Whoosh! Red starlight shone brightly. The appearance of the Garuda Soldier made Lin Feng feel a surge of excitement. He could control it as he pleased. Very similar to human warriors, the Galwa soldiers wielded war blades, their ferocious appearances giving off a powerful aura. A lion with a human body. Fiery red light gathered around his body. The appearance of the Garo soldiers was accompanied by the appearance of a vicious shadow behind Lin Feng. His lantern-like eyes were filled with rage and violence, and the flames around him made him look like a fiery lion. They reflected each other's brilliance. The passive star technique of the strengthening series was Galu Flame's body technique. Good. Wan Macho's eyes lit up. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 streaks of brown wind flashed, attacking the Garo soldiers. Wan Macho's speed was extremely fast. Wan Macho's figure flashed and instantly closed in on Wan Macho. Compared to when she was in the Yanling mansion, her speed had increased tremendously. Most importantly, his aura was completely different. The surging power was astonishing. Let's go. The Jia Luo soldiers quickly advanced. Lin Feng instantly retreated. However, his hands were not idle. 2 intense fireballs flashed, condensing the power of the rebirth flames. Lin Feng yelled fiercely, "Galu Fireball!" The flames were shocking and terrifying. The power of the constellation was perfectly combined with the rebirth fireball. It was permeated with rich star power, completely different from the first time he fought Jia Fei. Now, he had the combat power of a Star Lord. Under Lin Feng's control, the menacing flames of the Galu fireball completely engulfed Wan Macho's brown wind, instantly neutralizing the power of the Jia Luo soldiers. As a close-range martial god, Wan Macho was not good at long-range attacks. He liked close-range combat. His fists were his strongest weapon. In the Yanling mansion, Wan Macho's fist skills had already reached the Forgetting Fist realm. However, how could it be that easy? Lin Feng smiled calmly, and the 2 Galu fireballs broke through the wind and blasted towards Wan Macho's back, while the Jia Luo soldiers faced Wan Macho head-on. In fact, using the summoning system to restrain the enemy and the attacking system to assist was the most common combat method used by fire spiritualists. However, Wan Macho's eyes lit up immediately. A gust of wind whistled and swept the Jia Luo soldiers away. Wan Macho yelled fiercely, and his body quickly turned 180 degrees. His fists emitted intense brown starlight and blasted towards the 2 menacing fireballs. Oh no! Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The Jia Luo soldiers seemed to be trapped in the wind, and Wan Macho's Control Series Star technique was used at the right time. His fists were surging with astonishing star power, and he was like an eagle soaring behind Wan Macho as he blasted the Galu fireballs without hesitation. The power of confidence. Wall of fire. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. All of a sudden, a wall of fire was erected in front of him. He retreated quickly, and Lin Feng condensed flames in his hands before condensing another Galu fireball. Bang! There was a violent collision. Juan Macho didn't shatter the two Garuda fireballs. Instead, she borrowed the force of the two fireballs and flew back to where Lin Feng was. She was as fast as a meteor, and the eagle behind Juan Macho seemed to be shrieking while intense brown starlight shot out. Wall of fire? How can I resist it? However, the corners of Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. At this moment, the two Galu fireballs were condensed with immense power and blasted towards the fireballs. Barrier. The existence of the wall of fire was not meant to block Juan Macho's figure. It was just a smokescreen. Whoosh! Juan Macho immediately penetrated the wall of fire, and the brown starlight was so powerful that it seemed to be tearing space apart. However, the two menacing fireballs that were flashing with the power of the Fire Phoenix caught Juan Macho off guard. Boom! Boom! Juan Macho retreated quickly with her face covered in dust. Before she could react, two more Galu fireballs appeared in front of her. At this moment, the Galu soldiers also broke free from the restraints. In the blink of an eye, the situation was reversed. Boom! Boom! Fireballs were shot out rapidly. In the beginning, he couldn't adapt to it, but now he was gradually getting familiar with it. The more Lin Feng fought, the more excited he became. He could cast his star techniques at will, and his control of the rebirth fire was almost at the level of StarCraft. However, the power was now much stronger. The battle continued. Although Lin Feng's attacks were continuous and powerful, Juan Macho was not to be trifled with either. Her continuous outbursts of star techniques and reasonable use of them were an eye-opener for everyone. Be it in terms of attack or defense, Juan Macho had improved tremendously. Having a saint-level master was naturally different. Juan Macho had only been a disciple for less than half a year, but she had already transformed. Lin Feng still had the upper hand. However, Juan Macho was getting closer and closer, and he wouldn't let himself be at a disadvantage a second time. Juan Macho clearly had plenty of experience in breaking through the long-distance restraining attacks of celestial spiritualists. Even though Lin Feng's control of flames was extremely strong and dense, and even though the Galu fireballs never stopped, Juan Macho was still approaching. 100 steps, 50 steps, 30 steps, 10 steps. It was right in front of her. Impressive, Lin Feng secretly praised. In terms of improvement, he was indeed inferior to Juan Macho. With the power of a celestial spiritualist alone, he couldn't stop Juan Macho from approaching at all. If he were a real celestial spiritualist, he would have probably been in a terrifying crisis. There is only one outcome for a celestial spiritualist who is so good at close-range combat: death. However, Lin Feng had more than one move. Good. Lin Feng's eyes glistened, and his purple crystal spear flashed again. Faced with Juan Macho's continuous coercion, all his strength and trump cards were exposed. He felt as if he had returned to the time in Yanling Mansion. Lin Feng yelled, "Yanling's spear art." The familiar spear intent didn't weaken at all. Lin Feng's body flickered with a red light, and rich star power burst out. Flames wrapped around the purple crystal spear, but it was different from the pure rebirth fire in Yanling Mansion. It was the rebirth fire that was perfectly combined with the power of the constellation. It was the rebirth fire that had now far surpassed the 60th level. It was extraordinary. Boom! The starlight was dazzling, and the two of them blended together. They were like two dragons entwined with each other, and they were extremely powerful. After a long while, Brother Lin, you're still so impressive. Juan Macho laughed heartily. I won by luck. Lin Feng smiled calmly. His strength as a celestial spiritualist was still inferior to that of a celestial spiritualist. It was more than a little inferior. You're too modest. Juan Macho's frown eased, and she smiled. The power of the spear, just now, was much higher than in Yanling Mansion. I've already used all my strength and performed 2-star techniques with all my might, but I was still completely restrained. I admit defeat. Brother Juan, your defense is much better than before, Lin Feng said with a slight smile. His Gura fireball had been continuously attacking Juan Macho, but it didn't cause much damage. Haha, that's because I'm wearing star armor. Juan Macho smiled and said, "The 9 provinces are different from Yinling Mansion. Here, many martial artists will arm themselves. Star weapons and star armors are indispensable. During battles, astral treasures, star pills, and star talismans are of great use." "Oh, I see." Lin Feng nodded. Apart from the purple crystal spear, he didn't seem to have anything else. Looking at Juan Macho, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. "Brother Juan, you don't seem to have gone all out, do you?" "You can't say that." Juan Macho didn't deny it, and her eyes were glistening. "I just didn't use my best astral treasure." Juan Macho smiled bitterly and said, "I've already taken advantage of the star armor. It would be too shameless of me to use my astral treasure. I've benefited a lot." Lin Feng nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Brother Juan." Juan Macho used his own defeat to remind himself that Juan Macho had indeed put in a lot of effort. "I've also benefited a lot. Brother Lin, your strength has improved a lot during this time." Juan Macho looked at Lin Feng with admiration. Juan Macho relied on his saint-level master, but what about Lin Feng? But he was cultivating by himself. After a pause, Juan Macho suddenly asked, "By the way, Brother Lin, do you have enough money? If not, I have plenty here." Lin Feng smiled and said, "How can a refiner lack money?" Juan Macho laughed and didn't ask any more questions. She knew Lin Feng didn't like to accept gifts from others. As for the refiner Lin Feng mentioned, she didn't care. Juan Macho patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said with a smile, "Okay, Brother Lin, I'll see you at the Vermilion Bird Challenge." "Okay, see you in 10 days." Lin Feng nodded and smiled. Third update. Chapter 801. After saying goodbye to Juan Macho, Lin Feng returned to the Lin clan. Since he was alone, there was no point in strolling around. Vermilion Bird Challenge. It's great to have a platform where I can face all the powerhouses of the Vermilion Bird continent. Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and he felt his blood boiling. For him, this was definitely a very good tempering. Perhaps, as Juan Macho said, he would probably fail early, but what was there to be afraid of? The first round is the qualifier, and the second round is the qualifier. It's a good time to hone my combat skills and master how to exert the combat power of the Star Lord level. In the preliminaries, apart from the elite Star Lords, there will be countless Star Sector level powerhouses. By then, it will be a good learning opportunity. Just thinking about it made him feel very excited. Lin Feng had a special preference for combat as a warrior. He liked challenges, thrills, and battles. He was a real warrior. Soon, Lin Feng returned to the Lin clan. Lin Feng showed the Phoenix Silver card and entered the inner city as the teleportation array flashed with white light. "By the way," Lin Feng murmured as he looked around, "I seem to it's time to equip myself. To do a good job, one must first sharpen his tools." Since he was going to participate in the Vermilion Bird Challenge, he had to be well prepared. The first thing was the star armor. Although Brother Juan's physical defense is strong enough, he was able to block my Garuda fireball time and time again. The star armor played a huge role. Lin Feng thought about it and couldn't help but think of that battle. Although the Garuda fireball was an intermediate level star technique, it was only one level star technique after all, so it wasn't powerful enough. However, his rebirth fire was not bad at all, which could be seen from the goose feather spear at the end. No matter how strong Juan Macho's defense was, he still couldn't block it. Juan Macho blocked the power of the fireball because it was the star armor. That was something that Yinling Mansion didn't have. Only in the 9 provinces would there be craftsmen who could craft them. That's strange. Logically speaking, there are all kinds of spiritual treasures and spiritual weapons in the Yinling Prefecture, but the star armor, why not? Curious, Lin Feng smiled. There was no need for him to think so much. He could just go and take a look. As a tool Refinement clan, the Lin clan sold all kinds of astral weapons, astral treasures, and astral weapons. Astral armors were no exception. Lin clan, Central District. This was where the direct line of descent, the imperial family, resided. All the equipment and treatment were the best. They were high and mighty. The number of martial artists in the Central District was less than 1/10,000th of the inner city, but the area was much larger. For example, Deputy Patriarch Lam Tokti's mansion was 100 times larger than the subdirect Patriarch's mansion, and the extravagance was even more shocking. Just the servants and maids alone numbered in the tens of thousands. Reporting to young master, Lin Feng has returned. Lin Langbao cupped his hands respectfully. Oh, Lin Fan, who was lying in the huge hot spring with his upper body naked, opened his eyes abruptly and straightened his body instantly. The water splashed everywhere, causing the surrounding maids who were massaging him to turn pale and fall into the hot spring. It was a mess. Where is he now? Lin Fan's eyes were like a hungry wolf, shining brightly. Inner City, Star Armor Tower, Lin Langbao said slowly. Star Armor Tower. It was one of the landmark buildings in the inner city. Together with Star Weapon Tower, Star Treasure Tower, and Star Weapon Tower, they were located in the 4 directions of the inner city. This was a shop opened in the name of the clan, and it specialized in selling all kinds of star armors. Although there were many star armor shops in the inner city, such as the star-splitting workshop of the #1 blacksmith in the clan, Lam Tokti, there was no doubt that Star Armor Tower was more famous and had more star armors. It was more suitable for newcomers to choose from. I heard Yuma mention it before, but I didn't expect it to be so magnificent. Lin Feng raised his head, his eyes sparkling. There was a special teleportation array in the 4 buildings. There was a lot of people here. With Star Armor Tower as the center, a commercial area was formed around it. It was very lively. Lin Feng slowly integrated into the clan. He was happy and content now, and he didn't feel awkward at all. After all, the blood flowing in his body was the blood of the Lin clan. Let's go and see what star armors are like. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Although he was a blacksmith, he didn't study the crafting of star armors in detail. According to Yuma, compared to star treasures, crafting star armors and weapons was more complicated and time-consuming. However, in the land of the 9 provinces, these 2 were indispensable. Whoosh! The Phoenix silver card flashed. Is this the place for 4th-grade martial artists to choose? Lin Feng was surprised. He looked around and felt a little distracted. Tall crystal walls could be seen everywhere. Star armors of various shapes were inlaid in the crystal walls, and they had unique structures and patterns. It was spacious and grand. Martial artists of the Lin clan could be seen everywhere. They were choosing and discussing among themselves. It was an open shop. Here, you could choose by yourself. If you liked something, you could buy it directly. However, only the Phoenix card of the Lin clan could be used here. It's one of the benefits. I don't think I can get such a good one outside. Lin Feng smiled faintly and walked forward. Although the Phoenix Silver card was the lowest grade in the inner city compared to the outer city and the other places in Sherluo County, it was naturally much better. 9th grade star armor, brilliant smile armor, bearing weight of 0. 87 redundancy, growth rate of 2. 42 price, 12 million Dolan coins. 9th grade star armor, silver horse armor, bearing weight of 0. 63 redundancy, growth rate of 2. 15 price, 23 million Dolan coins. 9th grade star armor, winged horse armor, bearing weight of 0. 58 redundancy, growth rate of 2. 35 price, 57 million Dolan coins. Browsing one by one, Lin Feng was curious. Compared to star treasures, star armors were more straightforward and simple. Although I don't know what the bearing weight and growth rate are, the price should be able to represent the quality of the star armor. The higher the quality, the more expensive it is. Lin Feng pondered and seemed to understand something. However, these star armors all look very light and agile. They seem to be made for heavenly gods. With doubts, Lin Feng immediately went to other places. His eyes shone brightly, full of curiosity. Soon, huh? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The star armors here looked more mighty and domineering. At first glance, he knew they were worn by heavenly warriors. 9th grade star armor, dragon armor, bearing weight of 1. 58 redundancy, growth rate of 2. 60 price, 41 million Dolan coins. 9th grade star armor, golden toad armor, bearing weight of 2. 33, redundancy, growth rate of 2. 71, price, 51 million Dolan coins. 9th grade star armor, fire barbarian armor, bearing weight of 7. 94, redundancy, growth rate of 2. 78, price, 13 million Dolan coins. Strange, the fire barbarian armor has the highest growth rate, but the price is plummeted. The Me Dragon armor has a lower bearing weight than the Golden Toad armor, but the price is 10 million Dolan coins lower. Lin Feng frowned slightly, feeling puzzled. After looking at so many star armors, he had some understanding. Obviously, it seemed better to have a lower bearing weight, while a higher growth rate seemed better. However, what was the relationship between the two? Let's find someone to ask. Otherwise, I'll be like a blind man crossing a river. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. Indeed, his knowledge was still lacking. As a weapon refiner, he didn't even know how to distinguish star armors. It was a little unreasonable. He looked around, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He saw that there were many people gathered not far away. Compared to the empty space around the crystal wall, the crowd gathered there was much livelier. Let's go and take a look. Lin Feng strode over. There were energy devices arranged in order. They seemed to be used to test something. Lin Feng looked over. The rectangular energy devices were made of crystal. They were sparkling and translucent, and the figures inside could be seen as if they were wrapped in a layer of light. The test didn't seem to be strenuous. At least, the warriors inside the energy devices didn't feel any discomfort or fatigue. Outside the energy devices, there was a short-haired girl wearing special clothes, standing respectfully. One look, and one could tell that she was a staff member here. Lin Feng smiled faintly and walked closer. Hello, may I know where this is? Lin Feng pointed at the energy devices and asked politely. Bearing weight test, sir, the short-haired girl said respectfully, although there was doubt in her eyes. What is bearing weight? Lin Feng's eyes flashed. The short-haired girl was stunned. She couldn't help but look at Lin Feng, feeling puzzled. He came here to buy star armors, but he didn't know what bearing weight was. The short-haired girl frowned slightly, and a hint of annoyance flashed in her eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. Looking at the short-haired girl's changing expression, Lin Feng knew that he had been misunderstood. Obviously, the short-haired girl thought that he was here to hit on her. Lin Feng smiled and said, I just arrived at the Vermilion Bird Continent. This is my first time here to buy star armors. He really didn't know, so there was nothing to hide. The short-haired girl nodded in understanding, and a hint of apology appeared in her eyes. Although this was the inner city where the Lin clan lived, other warriors were not prohibited from entering. Therefore, warriors would often come here to buy star armors. Sir, are you from the wilderness? The short-haired girl's eyes flashed. How did you know? Lin Feng sneered. What characteristics did he have that would tell others that he was a warrior from the wilderness? The short-haired girl chuckled. Only the Desolate Land warriors don't know what star armor is. Everyone living in the land of the 9 provinces, even children, know this common knowledge. Nodding slightly, the short-haired girl said, Actually, I'm also from the Desolate Land. My name is Xiao Wei. Hello, Xiao Wei, Lin Feng said with a smile. It wasn't easy. The girl in front of him, Xiao Wei, looked like she was only 14 or 15 years old. However, in order to establish a foothold in the 9 provinces, she had to pay the annual fee and work hard. Xiao Wei stuck out her tongue and smiled faintly, as if they were both from the wilderness. She seemed to be more familiar with him. Sir, the most important part of star armors is bearing weight. It's also because of the special nature of star armors that they can only be found in the 9 provinces. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He was very curious. I made it through yesterday, but Xiao Xiao fell sick today. Sorry, everyone. I only have 1 chapter for today. Cold, headache, tiredness. Xiao Xiao has been fighting for so long, and it took her a lot of effort to write 1 chapter. I should sleep early. I hope that I can recover better tomorrow after taking the medicine. Chapter 802. Star Armor is an armor that is activated by astral power. Activating the soul of the star armor through astral power It will merge perfectly with the body. To be precise, it's a type of armor that increases internal strength. Xiao Wei explained slowly. Lin Feng kept nodding. No wonder there were no star armors in the Yanling Prefecture. It turned out that only Star Lords could wear star armors. Only those with real constellation power could activate star armors. The strongest in the Yanling Prefecture was only at the Star Sea level. How could they activate star armors? Star armor was different from ordinary armors in that it was an armor that increased internal strength. It was an armor that merged with the body. There are pros and cons, Lin Feng said softly. If it merges perfectly with the body, the defense will have no blind spots. But because of this, the chances of the body getting injured will increase. It's hard to say which is better. In the end, it was due to the star armor's characteristics. However, if the enemy was strong enough, the impact alone could probably kill the warrior, no matter how strong the defense of the armor was. In fact, it still depended on the warrior's defense. The weight of the star armor is an indicator. It's a ratio to the strength of the warrior's body, Xiao Wei explained. The minimum is 0, 1, and the maximum is 10. The standards are different for each level. The weight of an Empyrean god is between 0, 1 and 1 gong, while an Empyrean warrior is between 1 and 10 gong. The higher the weight, the stronger the defense of the star armor. Lin Feng nodded. He understood. In short, if the star armor was considered as an ordinary armor, the weight was the weight that the body could bear. If the armor couldn't bear the weight, it couldn't be worn because it would affect the battle. So, this is a test of how much gravity it can bear? Lin Feng suddenly realized. Yes, sir. Xiao Wei smiled sweetly. Because one's strength is constantly improving, the level of a warrior is also increasing. Therefore, it is recommended that a warrior redo the gravity-bearing test before purchasing a star armor in order to achieve the best effect. Oh, Lin Feng completely understood. So the growth rate is the body's growth rate, bumpkin. An arrogant figure came from afar. It was quite loud. Instantly, he attracted the attention of the crowd. Lin Feng could not help but frown. It was a handsome young man dressed in luxurious clothing. There was an amethyst phoenix on his chest. He was noble and dignified, highlighting his status. He was followed by a dozen warriors, all of whom were Star Lords, who were supporting him. His status was extraordinary. Subdirect martial artist, Lin Xiong. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The followers behind Lin Xiong were arrogant and despotic, as if they were unexcelled in this world. Just by looking at the behavior of these followers, one could tell what kind of personality their master had. The people around them seemed to be rather fearful and retreated one after another. Lin Feng also understood that there were such second generations everywhere. They held high positions and didn't put others in their eyes. Lin Feng felt helpless in his heart, but he didn't want to fuss over it. He casually took 2 steps back, not wanting to get involved. He had just arrived at the Lin clan, so it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. But, glancing over, Xiao Wei's expression seemed to be very ugly. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Thinking of Xiao Wei's misunderstanding of him just now, he suddenly understood something. So it was him. Seeing Lin Feng give way, Lin Xiong was very pleased. He walked in front of Xiao Wei, and the rest of his followers spread out, clearing an area for him. How is it, Xiao Wei? Have you thought it through? Lin Xiong raised his eyebrows, looking at Xiao Wei with a hint of lust in his eyes. Aye. Xiao Wei pursed her lips tightly. One could see that she was very hesitant on her young face. I don't even know what you're hesitating for. You won't have to worry about food or clothes if you follow me. I guarantee that you won't have to worry about food and clothing. Lin Xiong patted his chest and raised his eyebrows, looking around arrogantly. Why do you have to face these lowly people here and do such lowly work? As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Feng and said disdainfully, even those country bumpkins from the wilderness are here. How disgusting. His words offended everyone in the hall. However, no one dared to say anything. Lin Xiong's background was too strong. This was not the first time he acted so recklessly, but who dared to offend him? If they offended this young master, would they still want to stay in the Lin clan? Some things, even if they were unfair, so what? If one did not have the ability, one could only watch from the sidelines. Otherwise, one would not be able to put out the fire in time and would instead get into trouble. Xiao Wei's expression was a little ugly. Obviously, like the others around her, she was very wary of Lin Xiong's identity. Her young and tender face was a feast for the eyes, causing Lin Xiong's heart to be aroused. He grabbed Xiao Wei's wrist and said with a lewd smile, "Don't be shy. Come with me." Xiao Wei panicked when her hand was grabbed, and she struggled to break free. However, her strength was not as great as Lin Xiong's. She was so scared that her face turned pale, and she begged for mercy. "No, sir, please let Xiao Wei go. I beg you." "Still playing tricks?" Lin Xiong smiled lewdly, but did not let go. "But I like it. Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he intended to leave with the others. Yet it caused little Wei's countenance to turn ghastly pale, and she cried and begged for mercy without end. "My lord, please spare little Wei. I don't want to be a maidservant. I beg you." Her voice was choked with sobs, and it carried extreme terror and terror. However, everyone watched coldly from the sidelines, and no one extended a helping hand. It was because this matter did not concern them. Who would want to get into trouble for no reason? "Take her away." Lin Xiong's eyes were fierce, and he said fiercely. Now that he was riding a tiger, he had no choice but to do it. He did not believe that he could not deal with a weak girl. So what if he was a tyrant? Who would dare to criticize him? Suddenly, a big man bullying a weak girl. "Don't you feel ashamed?" A voice was heard, and the chaotic scene quietened down. Lin Xiong's expression turned ugly. Looking at the source of the voice, the person who spoke was, "What did you say, country bumpkin?" Lin Xiong's face was ferocious as he roared, Save me." Xiao Wei's eyes were filled with fear. Lin Feng did not have the heart to see her like this. Looking at Xiao Wei's miserable expression, he felt as if he had returned to the Sky Martial Continent. This scene was so familiar. That day, his sister was also like this, unable to resist. She had no ability and no power. They were almost the same age, but the tears that flowed down her tender face made his heart ache. Watching from the sidelines, he really could not do it. Lin Feng sighed. Although he did not want to be so high-profile, this Xiao Wei in front of him, he did not want her fate to be tainted. "Let her go, if you don't want this matter to be known by everyone." Lin Feng took a step forward. Although it was only a small step, it represented a signal this matter. He was definitely going to interfere. "Do you know who I am?" Lin Xiong's eyes were cold, and his tone revealed a strong threat. "It doesn't matter who you are." Lin Feng raised the star crystal watch in his left hand, smiled calmly, and pressed the button lightly. In a split second, D sounds could be heard. The whole place was silent. Lin Xiong's face became extremely ugly, but with so many eyes staring at him, he could not admit defeat. He clenched his teeth and said coldly, "Country bumpkin, let me tell you, this is my Lin clan's territory. Even if you call for help, it will be useless. Here Lin Xiong, can make you walk straight in and out with just a word." The fierce threat caused Xiao Wei's face to turn pale. Her delicate body trembled, and her heart was filled with fear. To her, it was no doubt that she had fallen into a bottomless hell, and there was no way out. However, hello? The star crystal watch was connected. A deep and honest voice was heard, causing the surrounding people to be shocked. Including Lin Xiong, they were momentarily stunned. It was a very familiar voice. "Hello, Supervisor," Lin Feng said indifferently. "Supervisor Lin Zhong." One of the 8 great Earth-rank weapon craftsmen of the Lin clan, the head disciple of Master Lin Yin, and the supervisor of the Lin clan's weapon craftsmen. Lin Zhong's name was extremely famous in the Lin clan. In a split second, the crowd was boiling with excitement. They looked at Lin Feng in shock and started discussing Lin Feng's background. Although Lin Zhong was in charge of all the weapon craftsmen, there were not many people who could really come into contact with him. Other than the higher-ups who were directly responsible to him, there were only a few of his disciples and some of his friends. But this country bumpkin in front of them was actually able to contact him. Lin Xiong's face was deathly pale. His eyes were like a hungry wolf as he stared at Lin Feng. He did not expect Lin Feng's background to be so big. A country bumpkin actually knew Supervisor Lin Zhong. Ah, it's Lin Feng. On the other end of the star crystal watch, Lin Zhong seemed to be extremely happy. What's the matter? His voice was very sincere and kind, as if he was meeting an old friend. There was no arrogance in his voice. This made the crowd even more shocked and even more curious about Lin Feng. Only Lin Xiong's face was pale. It's nothing. It's just at the first star tower's side. Lin Feng faintly opened his mouth. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xiong bit his lips tightly. His expression was aghast as he suddenly waved his hand and led his followers away without saying a word. Turning his head, Lin Xiong stared at Lin Feng fiercely and gritted his teeth. Lin Feng, right? It's a small world. Just wait and see. Lin Xiong had lost all his face. But this matter had alarmed Lin Zhong, so he had to leave. In terms of status in the clan, Lin Zhong was many levels higher than his father. Once such a big shot was alarmed, he would have to bear the consequences. Even if he was unwilling, he could only swallow this anger. Star First Tower? What's wrong? Lin Zhong was a little confused. Lin Feng was only halfway through his words. Nothing. Lin Feng smiled. Since the matter had been resolved, there was no need to trouble him anymore. Thank you, Supervisor. After saying that, he ended the call. The crowd was in a heated discussion. Everyone looked at Lin Feng curiously and asked about his background. To be able to be so close with Supervisor Lin Zhong, as if they were friends, this young man who looked to be in his 20s, where exactly did he come from? Good news. Xiao Xiao seems to be recovering well. Haha, she should be able to maintain her normal update. Damn the cold. After fighting with it for a whole day, it seems to be working. Huh. Chapter 803. Lin Zhong was a little stunned. He looked at his star crystal watch in confusion, not knowing what had happened. It seemed to be quite baffling. Star First Tower, Lin Zhong murmured, frowning as if he was deep in thought. Then, he gently pressed a button and quickly connected to another call. Lin Zhong hesitated for a moment before he ordered, Lung Mo, help me check what happened in Star First Tower. Yes, master. A meticulous female voice came from the other end of the star crystal watch. Star First Tower. Lin Xiong's departure calmed the storm. To Lin Feng, this was just a small interlude. Perhaps his future days would not be so smooth, but would he care? I'm sorry, Lord. I've implicated you this time. Xiao Wei bit her lips, her face still pale. It's okay. Lin Feng shook his head without any regrets. Since he had done it and followed his heart. He had only done what he thought he should do. Right or wrong was not that important. Lord, you must be careful of Lin Xiong. Xiao Wei saw Lin Feng's calm expression and said he relied on his father, Lin Jinyun, to bully everyone in the inner city. Everyone is afraid of him. Plus, he is very vengeful, so no one dares to provoke him. Lin Jinyun? Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He seemed to have heard this name before. Oh, right. Lin Feng suddenly remembered. Yuma once mentioned to him that there was once an external family warrior, Chun Jinyun. After he joined the Lin clan, he repeatedly made great contributions and rose up the ranks. He rose from the 6th level, external family warrior, to the 3rd level, branch family warrior. Then, he married the daughter of the previous clan leader and rose to the 2nd level, subdirect family warrior. It could be said that he had created a miracle. Although he was not proficient in refining weapons, he was ranked in the top 5 in the Lin clan in terms of combat ability. He was very powerful. No wonder Lin Xiong is so arrogant. His background is very strong. Lin Feng thought. Although he was not a member of the Lin clan, he dared to snatch a young girl in public in the inner city. He was arrogant enough. The most troublesome thing was that even if people found out about it, they would at most be given a small punishment. The unlucky one was still that powerless girl. Looking at the miserable Xiao Wei, Lin Feng sighed. What are you going to do next? What else can we do? Xiao Wei's face revealed a reluctant expression. This time, I have offended Lin Xiong, so I cannot stay in the Lin clan anymore. But I'm too young, and I'm not strong enough. It's very difficult for me to find a good job. I can barely make ends meet here, but outside, her words were laced with sobs. She appeared extremely helpless. Lin Feng shook his head, feeling a bit of heartache. Indeed, she was only a 14 or 15-year-old girl. This age was supposed to be the most cheerful and worry-free age, but Xiaowei already had to take on the task of making money. It was all for the sake of paying the minimum annual fee and living in the land of the 9 continents. He would help if he could. You can't stay in the Lin clan. Just in case, you can't even stay in the Qianluo district. Lin Feng looked at Xiaowei. A trace of confusion flashed across the latter's face. That was confusion about the future. His heart trembling, Lin Feng immediately opened the star crystal watch and dialed another number. Beep, beep. The sound was short and powerful, and the call was quickly connected. Hello, boss. An excited voice came from the other side of the star crystal watch. Lin Feng felt helpless. It was Li Hao, who had started to call him after self-studying. Hao, do me a favor, Lin Feng said. The other side of the star crystal watch was surprised, but Li Hao immediately said, Boss, just tell me what you need. Lin Feng smiled. I have a girl here who offended Lin Xiong of the Lin clan. Help me arrange it. Offended Lin Xiong? Li Hao suddenly understood and laughed. I thought it was something big that you had to personally ask for it. No problem. It's a piece of cake. Tell the girl to contact me in half an hour. I'll arrange it for her immediately. Thank you. Lin Feng nodded and smiled. You're welcome. Li Hao laughed. Lin Feng closed the star crystal watch and looked at Xiaowei, who was at a loss. He smiled and said, Don't worry. I've already asked someone to arrange it for you. Nothing will happen. Since he had helped her, he would help her to the end. To him, this was a piece of cake. Looking at Xiaowei, he thought of his sister. Love her dog. Thank you, benefactor. Xiaowei was pleasantly surprised. Since this young man named Lin Feng was willing to help her, there was nothing she couldn't solve. He even knew the chief steward of the Lin clan, Lin Zhong. You still have half an hour to wait. I've helped you so much. It shouldn't be hard for you to be a tour guide, right? Lin Feng smiled. It's my honor. Xiaowei smiled sweetly and recovered her usual smile. The value of a star armor is determined by its bearing capacity and growth rate. In theory, the lower the bearing capacity, the better. Naturally, the higher the growth rate, the better. However, there is a limit. For example, the bearing capacity is between 1 and 10 times. As for the growth rate, every grade is different. For a 9th grade astral treasure, it's 2 to 3 times. For an 8th grade astral treasure, it's 2 to 4 times. For a 7th grade astral treasure, it's 3 to 6 times. Overall, it depends on the star armor itself. Xiaowei continued to explain, and Lin Feng listened patiently. This was knowledge that he had never encountered before, and he had indeed benefited a lot. The value of star armor was actually very simple. In terms of bearing capacity, the higher the growth rate, the better. There was no need to consider the relationship between bearing capacity and growth rate. When choosing a star armor, one had to first test the bearing capacity of one's body. Then, one would choose according to one's ability, according to the results of the test. The so-called ability referred to the money in one's pocket. Because the higher the growth rate, the higher the value. It was an equal relationship. A 9th grade star armor, an 8th grade star armor, a 7th grade star armor. It was the same even if it was a 1st grade star armor. The star armor would be combined with one's body and activated with astral power. Theoretically speaking, a 9th grade star armor required astral power at the 1st level of the Star Lord realm. An 8th grade star armor required astral power at the 2nd level of the Star Lord realm. However, it still varied from person to person. There are all kinds of special effects. Although I'm a 4th rank Star Lord, my astral power is equivalent to a 6th rank Star Lord. So, my star armor corresponds to a 4th grade star armor. Lin Feng nodded and pondered. However, he couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the astronomical price. A 4th grade star armor would cost more than 10 billion Dolan coins. However, at least he had a plan. It seems that I have to make money as soon as possible. Before the qualification of the Vermilion Bird Challenge in 10 days, I'll equip myself with a star armor. Lin Feng nodded. He had a clear goal. For a 4th grade star armor, even the lowest one would have a growth rate of more than 6 times. As for the highest, it could even reach 12 times. Of course, it was another matter whether such an ultra-quality star armor would be sold or not. A quarter of an hour passed quickly. With the help of Xiao Wei, a dutiful tour guide, Lin Feng now had a thorough understanding of star armors. At least, he knew the rules of many selections. For example, the name of the star armor was custom-made for heavenly gods if it could withstand between 0, 1 and 1 ton of gravity. On the other hand, the name of the armor would end with armor if it could withstand between 1 and 10 tons of gravity. It was custom-made for heavenly warriors. In terms of value, the latter was more valuable than the former. Another example was that every 3 grades of star armor was a gap, which happened to be the difference between star techniques. It would bring about a huge improvement in the star armor. Generally, warriors would prioritize the 9th, 6th, and 3rd grades of star armors when choosing star armors. Wait a minute. These are all small details. Xiao Wei naturally knew a lot since she worked in the star armor building. It was also very helpful to Lin Feng. At least, he didn't act as a good person for nothing. He looked at Xiao Wei, who was talking to Li Hao, with a look of surprise in her eyes. She nodded continuously in joy. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile and feel emotional. Indeed, the land of the 9 provinces seemed to be extremely prosperous, but there was a huge gap between the rich and the poor. It wasn't easy for ordinary warriors to survive there. Limestone rank, rough iron rank, bronze rank. Every rank represented status and power, and one had to pay a considerable amount of money. The more one obtained, the more one had to pay. "Thank you, benefactor," Xiao Wei said excitedly as she ran towards Lin Feng while crying tears of joy. She continuously bowed and thanked him excitedly. "Have you made the arrangements?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. Although he didn't know what Li Hao's family background was like, he knew that Li Hao wouldn't be poor since he had billions of soul coins and pocket money. It shouldn't be too difficult for Li Hao to arrange a job for a servant. Yes. Nodding like a woodpecker, Xiao Wei's eyes shone brightly. It's the Li family of the Flawless District. They are much more famous than the Lin clan in the 9 provinces. Young Master Hao arranged for me to serve Madam. That's great. That's really great. Thank you, benefactor. Xiao Wei looked at Lin Feng and bowed deeply again. All right, you can go now, Lin Feng said with a smile. He could see the urgency in Xiao Wei's eyes. He had already walked around the Star Tower and had a rough idea of where to go. There was no need to keep Xiao Wei here. Then I'll take my leave, benefactor. Lil Wei ran away like a happy little bird, flying away. She felt as if she had escaped from her cage and was flying freely in the sky. I hope everything goes well for her. Looking at Xiao Wei's back, Lin Feng's eyes shone. He wasn't a saint and could only help her this much. In Shirluo Prefecture, the Vermilion Bird Continent, and even the entire human territory, there were definitely more than 1 or 2 pitiful people like Xiao Wei. There were even people who were 100 or 1,000 times more miserable than Xiao Wei. How much could he help? The 9 provinces seemed to be prosperous, but there were too many holes hidden behind it. However, this was reality. This was fate. When you were powerless to change, you could only force yourself to adapt and face it. Until one day, when you're strong enough to change all of this, to change these destinies, you would become the new ruler of order. I hope that one day. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Second update, there's a third update. Chapter 804. Lin Feng soon left the first star building. There was no point in staying any longer. He only had 1 million Doling coins left in his Phoenix silver card. It might be an astronomical figure in the Yinling prefecture, but in the land of the 9 provinces, he couldn't even buy the worst 9th grade star armor. This was the difference. I don't need to buy a good star armor, especially now that I'm about to reach the 5th level of the Star Lord realm. I could buy a 3rd grade star armor. Like a 6th grade star armor, there will be a huge increase in growth rate. Lin Feng thought about it and felt like he was powerless to do so. The star armor he was using now cost billions of Dolan coins. It was indeed daunting. After all, the average price of a star armor of the same grade was about 3 times that of an astral treasure. That was quite shocking. Not only was the production process complicated, but it also took a lot of time. The materials needed to make a star armor were much more expensive than astral treasures. In the Dolan world, money was very important. Ordinary people had to rely on enough money to pay for the minimum living expenses and ensure that they could stay in the land of the 9 provinces. Warriors needed enough money to equip themselves and strengthen their combat abilities. Lin Feng was stunned as soon as he left the first star building. In front of him was an empty square. The lively crowd had disappeared. Only a few hundred people were left. They formed a huge arc and surrounded the exit of the first star building. It seemed they were here for him. Hundreds of eyes were filled with killing intent. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been scared stiff. However, Lin Feng was already used to seeing big scenes. He had experienced many big battles that covered the sky and the plains. Hundreds of people? That was nothing, they came so fast. Lin Xiong is indeed a person who doesn't want to suffer losses. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he understood. Since he had offended Lin Xiong to save Xiaowei, he had expected this. Lin Feng stood there calmly. He was surrounded by hundreds of people, but he was as proud as a pine tree. He was not affected at all. What was there to be afraid of? I've been waiting for you for a long time, Lin Feng. His voice was bone-chilling and carried a hint of violent arrogance. As Lin Langbao whispered beside him, Lin Fan's eyes were filled with a strong, murderous aura. He slowly took a step forward in an overbearing manner. This was exactly what it meant when rivals in love met. What a powerful aura. It's probably close to the star domain level. Lin Feng shivered inwardly. The short-haired young man in front of him had a handsome appearance. His face was thin, but his figure was tall and straight. He seemed to be about the same age as him, but his strength, yet he was even stronger than himself. The 9 provinces were indeed filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Even the Lin clan, one of the 99 central districts of Shirluo County, had such strength, let alone the vast vermilion bird continent. One could only imagine how many young powerhouses there were in the entire vermilion bird region. What are you trying to do? Lin Feng asked calmly, not panicking at all. Even though there were hundreds of people surrounding him and their killing intent was overflowing, there was nothing for him to worry about. The clan had its rules, and the county had its rules. Fighting was not allowed here. I'm not trying to do anything. Lin Fan smiled coldly. Seeing Lin Feng's calm expression, Lin Fan felt like a stab to his heart. He thought of Yuma's beautiful face, perfect figure, and fairy-like temperament, but they no longer belonged to him. Instead, they belonged to this ordinary-looking young man in front of him. Lin Fan's jealousy burned fiercely. He couldn't care about anything else. He couldn't take it anymore. White Reverend Eye, second level of annihilation. Lin Fan shouted coldly. His eyes instantly shone with a cold light. Intense white light flashed as if it wanted to pierce through his eyes. A direct attack. He didn't make a move, but he used his eyes. In the 9 provinces, some things were in the light, while some things were in the dark. For example, with this kind of eye technique, could an attack with one's eyes be counted as an attack? It could be counted, but it couldn't be counted. If he really wanted to investigate, he wouldn't kill him with a single blow. If he didn't want to investigate, he couldn't investigate at all. Could it be that he couldn't even look at people with his eyes? Even though Lin Fan hated Lin Feng, he didn't use the full power of the White Reverend Eye. If he really went all out and killed someone, it wouldn't do him much good. It wasn't worth it just for a piece of trash. He just wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson he would remember. He wanted to use the White Reverend Eye's annihilation to destroy Lin Feng's eyes and make him a blind man. Let's see if Yumal will still like a blind man in the future. Go to hell. Lin Fan was very confident. With his strength, he was already stronger than Lin Feng. Besides, the advancement of the White Reverend Eye talent gave him more confidence and strength. He wasn't even afraid of a peak Cosmic Lord, not to mention a piece of trash that Jia Xiang called a first-rank Cosmic Lord. Killing him would be as easy as flipping his hand. But most of the time, reality didn't go as planned. Boom! Lin Feng's head exploded. His consciousness condensed and gathered in the Phoenix natal chart. It's the soul attack. Lin Feng reacted instantly and was shocked. This was a kind of self-protection, an instinctive reaction. It was extremely fast. The shining white light seemed to have invaded his mind, but almost immediately, the Phoenix natal chart shone crazily and shone with the light of a king. It was sacred and inviolable, the power of a divine beast, the real power of the heavens, the combination of the life spirit and the Phoenix natal chart. The defense of the life spirit had always been, it was Lin Feng's strongest trump card. If he used Lam Tokti's White Reverend Eye, Lin Feng might not be able to defeat him. However, Lin Feng's White Reverend Eye was only at the second level, and his strength was still at the Cosmic Lord level. Even if he was at the peak of the Cosmic Lord level, he was still a Cosmic Lord. At the same level, Lin Feng was almost invincible. He was the nemesis of Heavenly Soul Masters. Everyone in the Yanling family knew the attack of a Heavenly Soul Master was suicide for Lin Feng. Pump. The deeper the attack was, the stronger the rebounding force. Lin Fan felt his mind shake violently, as if his soul was about to be shattered. He was completely stunned at this moment. And that wasn't all. Clang! Clang! Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. His eyes were like the combination of an angel and a demon. They complemented each other and had a strange feeling. It was confusing and confusing. The awakening of the starry sky eyes seemed to have awakened the sleeping right eye. Faced with Lin Feng's provocation, Lin Feng's eyes automatically counterattacked. He was like the king of the forest, defending his territory. Sacred and inviolable. Boom! Boom! The terrifying impact was like a tidal wave that instantly crushed Lin Fan. It was an extremely terrifying force in the world. It was like a devouring force of a black hole. The unstoppable heavenly might suppressed everything. Lin Feng's strength was terrifying. Bang! Lin Fan's mind shook violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His consciousness was almost destroyed. He seemed to be in a daze. At the last moment, Lin Fan's vision was blurry. He only saw two bright figures and two lightning-like rays of light. Suddenly, Lin Fan's eyes were in pain. He screamed like a rooster that had its feathers plucked. It was extremely tragic. Everyone around felt their hair stand on end. They were filled with shock. Plop! Lin Fan's voice suddenly stopped. He fainted on the ground. Everyone was petrified. They didn't expect this at all. Everyone was stunned. Lin Clan. Has the clan head come to a decision? Lin Yan stroked his long beard and smiled. Yes, old Yan. I wasn't sure at first, but I met an old friend this morning and finally received accurate information. Lin Zhen's eyes shone brightly. No wonder this year's Vermilion Bird Challenge competition has caused so much commotion. It has always been a rumor, but it has never been confirmed. Now it has finally been revealed. It turns out that the legendary ancient forbidden area has opened. The ancient forbidden area of the Vermilion Bird continent. Lin Yan's expression instantly became serious. He was extremely shocked. Yes, although I'm not sure which ancient forbidden area it is, but Lin Zhen's eyes shone brightly. No matter which one it is, if we can enter it, it will be a great opportunity. Lin Yan was hesitant. Then what does the clan head mean? Let's take a gamble. Lin Zhen clenched his fists. This is a great opportunity for the Lin clan to dominate the Qianluo region. If we can enter the main competition, even if we get a spot, it will be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Lin clan. We will definitely undergo a transformation. Lin Yan's old eyes flashed. If we want to enter the main competition, the three cosmic realm states that directly participated in the preliminaries are Lin Zhan, Lin Malong, and Lin Jiarao. Lin Zhen nodded and said in a deep voice, "Equip them with the best equipment at all costs. Even if we have to spend a huge sum of money, we must buy it." I understand. Lin Yan's expression was calm. Don't worry, clan head. This old man will do his best. Lin Yin smiled and stroked his long beard. Actually, clan head, you don't need to worry too much. Your son, Lin Zhan, has extraordinary strength, and he has the starry sky pupils. His chances of entering the main competition are extremely high. At the mention of Lin Zhan, a rare smile appeared on Lin Zhan's solemn face, and he nodded. Clearly, he was extremely satisfied with this son of his. His talent was peerless. At such a young age, his strength was already in the top 3 of the clan's experts. Even in the entire Shiluo prefecture, Lin Zhan's name was well known. He wasn't famous for being a refiner, but for strength. I have 2 sons and 1 daughter. Only Zhan has inherited my starry sky pupils. Lin Zhan nodded and smiled in satisfaction. Moreover, his talent for martial arts is even better than mine. After a pause, as if he had thought of something, Lin Zhan sighed and shook his head. Lin Yan's twilight light dimmed. Clan head, are you thinking of Big Brother again? Lin Zhan smiled with nostalgia and shook his head. If Big Brother was still alive, with his peerless talent and the starry sky pupils, now, sighing and shaking his head, Lin Zhan felt a deep sense of melancholy. The heavens are jealous of geniuses, Lin Yin said regretfully. The starry sky pupils are more suitable for battle than the starry sky pupils, but it is also more difficult to awaken. Our Lin clan has 2 great pupil talents. Now, only the starry sky pupils' lineage remains. The starry sky pupils have almost been lost. I don't know when it will appear again. I hope it's as soon as possible. Lin Zhan laughed heartily. Only true experts can awaken the starry sky pupils. Third update. Chapter 805. Lin Feng entered a wonderful state. His body seemed to be bathed in a golden brilliance. His heart was moved. What a familiar feeling. Deja vu, muttering in his heart. Lin Feng felt his consciousness floating. Under the bright starlight, he seemed to have returned to his origin. His body floated in the air, forming a part of the world. That intimacy, that deep comprehension, every layer of air, every fluctuation of air was right in front of him. He seemed to be able to easily grasp any existence here, any movement path, and follow them like a shadow. Suddenly, golden light shone brightly, illuminating the entire world. In the distant horizon, an incomparably huge figure slowly appeared. It was a shocking existence, filled with an arrogant aura, majestic. That huge body seemed to have endless power, standing high in the sky. The most shocking thing was his pair of golden eyes. They shone so brightly that no one could look straight at them. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. In his mind, the memories of the past were completely awakened. When he underwent the eye transplant and awakened the star Qiong pupil, there was a scene like this. Now, it appeared again. What did this mean? How could this be? My starry sky pupils should have already awakened. In his ears, there was a sound that echoed between heaven and earth. It seemed to be some kind of language. The ancient and mysterious voice kept echoing in his ears. It was not the language of the Douling world, nor was it the language of the Tianwu continent. The voice was very calm, like a calm sea, but it made people feel that it was boundless and majestic. The feeling is very deep. It's like the existence of a law, imprinted in my heart. Lin Feng muttered as his body floated. This time, compared to the previous time, it was clearer and the feeling was deeper. If the previous time, when the star Qiong pupil awakened, this feeling only appeared in his mind, then this was imprinted in his heart. Word by word, like musical notes, entered his ears and deeply imprinted in his mind. Lin Feng seemed to have sensed something and understood something. It was as if a tightly shut door in his mind had been opened, and he was suddenly enlightened. Pung! His mind shook. The haziness in front of him completely disappeared, and in its place was a vast expanse of energy. It turned into a strong astral force that completely enveloped his body, filling and overflowing. There was a huge fluctuation in his life spirit. It was dark and hazy, as if it was alive. That was an unparalleled power that was surging in waves. It was as if it wanted to annihilate everything. It was like a black hole. Pa! Lin Feng opened his eyes. It was as if the god of thunder had descended. His thoughts fluctuated for a very long time, as if millions of years had passed. But in reality, it had only been an instant. The surrounding hundreds of cultivators were still dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. As for the culprit, the short-haired youth who had attacked him with the eye technique, he was still unconscious on the ground with a pale face. He wasn't dead, but he was severely injured. Vast star pupil. These words suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's mind. He didn't know why this thought appeared, but he seemed to remember it. It seemed to be an ancient memory, as if it was a power that he once possessed, and it was imprinted in his mind. So, I have the vast star pupil. Father once mentioned that there are 2 types of pupils in the Lin clan that are rarely seen in 10,000 years. One of them is the vast star pupil, and my vast star pupil is so similar to the vast star pupil in both the awakening phenomenon and the name. Could it be? It's also one of them? He was shocked, but he couldn't be sure. But Lin Feng knew that the possibility was quite high. Young master, what happened to you? Instantly, all the cultivators reacted, and they were all anxious, bearing the crime of failing to protect, and Lin Feng's injury was enough to make their future in the Lin clan extremely torturous. Not to mention other things, just Lam Tok Ti, who was as scary as a poisonous snake, would not let them off easily. Quick, quick, save young master. Lin Longhu shouted angrily. Men, capture the murderer, Lin Feng. Lin Langbao clenched his teeth and shouted. In an instant, whoosh, 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 powerful energy exploded. As a cultivator of the direct family, Lin Feng's guards and subordinates were not inferior in strength, especially Lin Langshi and his 2 brothers, who were the best of the best. Each of them had a ferocious appearance as they drew their astral weapons. Although they were slightly afraid of Lin Feng's strength, they undoubtedly had the absolute advantage in numbers. They would definitely be able to capture Lin Feng in one fell swoop. This seems to be a little troublesome. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. At this moment, he had a rough idea of what had happened. Obviously, he seemed to have severely injured someone with a high status. But so what? From the beginning to the end, he hadn't done anything. All of you should think carefully. Lin Feng said indifferently as he looked around at the crowd. Although he was surrounded by enemies, Lin Feng was still calm and composed, without the slightest bit of panic. He was brimming with confidence. Just now, it was your master who attacked me. Lin Feng raised the corner of his mouth. If any of you dares to make a move, according to the clan's rules, according to the county's rules, that is death. His voice was not loud, but it shook the hearts of the surrounding cultivators. Because this was the truth. Looking at each other, the crowd only felt hesitant. They couldn't capture him, but they also could not capture him. In an instant, their gazes focused on Lin Langshi and his 2 brothers. Below Lin Feng, the 3 of them had the highest status. They gritted their teeth, making GG sounds. How could Lin Langbao not know the price of making a move? Therefore, he just gave the order and didn't make a move himself. However, now that Lin Feng had exposed them, they had no choice but to fall into a dilemma. What should they do? What should they do? At this moment, they would die whether they captured him or not. Find a scapegoat? These cultivators were obviously not that stupid. If they didn't make a move, no one would be the first to make a move. At this moment, what happened? The voice wasn't loud, but it was as cold as an ice house, breaking the silence, causing everyone's gazes to converge. Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Feng also turned his head to look. He saw Lin Lingma coming from afar, her eyes flashing brightly. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth raised slightly. He instantly understood everything. Lin Lingma's appearance was naturally not a coincidence. Obviously, she was sent by General Manager Lin Zhong. It was also a coincidence. It just happened to be able to calm this storm. It's like this, senior sister. Lin Feng bowed his head and took the lead to speak. I also don't know what happened. As soon as I left Star First Tower, I was surrounded by them. And Lin Feng pointed at Lin Feng, who was unconscious on the ground with clear eyes, attacked me with an eye technique. But Lin Feng spread his hands. I didn't make a move. Everyone was speechless. Lin Langbao and the other two's faces were ashen. Since Lin Feng had spoken first, it was useless for them to say anything now. Because what Lin Feng said was the truth. Lin Lama's expression was serious. Her gaze swept past the martial practitioners and landed on the unconscious Lin Fan. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but change, and her brows slightly furrowed. The son of the vice patriarch, one of the two rising stars of the clan, Lin Fan. A pair of beautiful eyes scanned the crowd. Lin Lama was, after all, intelligent. Looking at everyone's expressions and expressions, she quickly guessed what had happened. But it was precisely because she guessed it that she felt even more surprised. Looking at Lin Feng, her beautiful eyes flashed with dense curiosity. She then said, "Immediately bring Lin Fan back to the central area to receive treatment. I will inform the clan's law enforcement hall's Elder Lin Mo about this matter. You all can return." Elder Lin Mo was the enforcer of the clan's rules. His position in the clan was almost the same as Lin Zhong's. Anyone who violated the clan's rules, no matter who it was, would not be merciful. Hence, he had a nickname, Iron Face Lin Mo. Yes. Lin Langbao and his two brothers had ugly expressions. But since Lin Lama had said so, they could only do so even if they were unwilling. Now that the matter had been made clear, perhaps the situation, it might not be beneficial to them, even if they were the ones who were at a disadvantage. But the one who made the first move was their young master, Lin Fan. They had gone for wool and come home shorn. Garden house. Returning to his own home, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. What happened just now was just a small interlude to him. The son of the vice patriarch, Lin Fan, Lin Feng's mouth curved slightly and his eyes flickered. Speaking of which, this Lin Fan was really similar to his father. Lin Feng's memory of the vice patriarch, Lam Tok Ti, was still fresh. He was 80% similar to his father. It was hard not to remember him. It's said that dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. This Lin Fan is too different from his father. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Although he was not familiar with the vice patriarch, Lam Tok Ti, he had heard Yuma mention before that to be able to take the position of the vice patriarch at such a young age, other than having a good bloodline and background, there were also many outstanding things that existed in this world. For example, intelligence, methods, tyrannical strength, and so on. But no matter how he looked at it, this Lin Fan was not like that. Childish, boring, and impulsive. Maybe he had strength, but he did not know how to conceal his strength. The environment can indeed change a person. No wonder Father has been training me since I was young. If I don't suffer, how can I become an outstanding person? Lin Feng murmured, feeling his father's painstaking efforts. He was even more determined to find out what exactly happened that day. It was a blessing in disguise. Because of Lin Fan's boring actions, I seemed to have awakened the vast star pupil that had been in a deep sleep. Lin Feng smiled. Until now, he still felt that it was hard to believe. As for the matter of Lin Fan provoking him, there was no need to take it to heart. Now that the matter had been blown out of proportion, there were only benefits and no disadvantages to him. He believed that the law enforcement hall would be strict with this matter. With the patriarch at the top, no matter how capable Lam Tok Ti was, he could only protect his son at most. It would be difficult to punish him for his crimes. Vast star pupil. What kind of great power does it have? Lin Feng's eyes flickered. He was very curious. First update. Chapter 806. Lin Feng's side was peaceful. However, the entire Lin clan was in an uproar. What a joke. Lin Fan, the only son of one of the two rising stars of the clan and the deputy clan leader, Lam Tok Ti, was heavily injured. Moreover, he was heavily injured in the inner city. This was not a small matter. Although he and Lin Yuma were both rising stars, Lin Fan's status was much more honorable than Lin Yuma's. This was because he was a direct descendant and a member of the royal family. As long as he did not make any mistakes and cultivated step by step and improved, once Lin Fan's strength reached the star sector level and contributed to the clan, he would definitely become one of the influential figures of the Lin clan in the future. His future was limitless. However, he was heavily injured in the clan's inner city. How could this be? Lam Tok T's gaze was cold as he took out a tightly wrapped star pill from a golden box and fed it to Lin Fan. After swallowing it, Lin Fan's body trembled violently. Thin mist seeped out of his pores, as if something in his body was evaporating. Lam Tok T's expression was solemn. His eyes shone with a dazzling white light as he looked directly at Lin Fan's hollow eyes. After a long time, Lam Tok T stood up. The light in his eyes slowly faded and returned to normal. Men, bring the young master back to his room and let him rest. Lam Tok T waved his sleeves and said in a low voice, "Yes, master." The maids were terrified and did not dare to be negligent. "The rest of you leave," Lam Tok T shouted. His gaze landed on the three brothers as he said coldly, "The three of you stay." Beside Lam Tok T, the chief strategist, Lin Go-ming, waved his feather fan and stared at the three of them with scorpion eyes. Soon, only 5 people were left in the large room. "Speak, what happened?" Lam Tok T's eyes were cold. "Tell me the truth word by word. If there's any falsehood in his words, I'll kill him on the spot." His voice was bone-chilling. Lam Tok T was suppressing his anger. Lin Fan was seriously injured this time. In the main hall, Lin Feng seriously injured Lin Fan. Lin Jun was astonished. "That's impossible, right?" Lin Yin had the same reaction. As one of the 2 stars, Lin Fan had already reached the 9th rank of the Cosmic Lord level under the guidance of his father, Lam Tok T. In this generation of the Lin clan, he was fully deserving of the title of number 1. He was even better than Lin Yima. Of course, this did not mean that Lin Fan's talent was better than Lin Yima's. One was the rise of a commoner, while the other enjoyed the best resources of the clan under the guidance of his father. Naturally, they couldn't be compared. However, Lin Fan's strength was not a boast. It was real. "It's true, clan leader, master." Lin Zhong's honest face was also a little surprised. As Lin Lingma's master, Lin Zhong was one of the first to receive the news. Although he was shocked, he immediately came to report. "Not long ago, Lin Feng contacted me. Something seemed to have happened in the Star First Tower, but he hung up without saying anything." Lin Zhong pondered. "I couldn't figure it out at that time, so I sent my disciple Lingma to take a look. Now that I think about it, it must have been Lin Feng who found out. His words were endless and righteous." Lin Zhong told him everything he had learned from Lin Lingma. Lin Jun and Lin Yin were shocked. "You're saying that Lin Fan used an eye technique to attack Lin Feng?" Lin Jun's eyes lit up. The one who was seriously injured was Lin Fan? Lin Yin was shocked. "Yes, that's right." Lin Zhong nodded. Looking at each other, Lin Jun and Lin Yin couldn't help but feel incredulous. Lin Fan inherited his father's talent and also had the white reverent pupils. This was something everyone knew. That was a second-gear pupil. Although it couldn't be compared to the 2 strongest first-gear pupils, the power of the white reverent pupils couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, the white reverent pupils were mainly used for attacking, so its power was relatively strong. It was even more impossible that Lin Fan didn't know how to use the white reverent pupils. With such a father, how could he not let him cultivate his strongest weapon? But now, instead, he was injured by Lin Feng. There are 2 possibilities. Lin Jun's eyes brightened. Lin Yin stroked his long beard and said slowly, "Or Lin Feng has an even stronger pupil, or," after pausing, Lin Yin came to the final conclusion. Lin Feng has a relatively strong soul defense, a top-quality soul defense type Astral Treasure or Soul Tool. Lin Jun and Lin Zhong both nodded. The first possibility was extremely weak. An even stronger pupil? The probability of having a special pupil was extremely small. Normally, it was the inheritance of a large family. And such a talent, which family would let go of it? They would definitely nurture him well. Moreover, to have a first-gear pupil, It was rare in the entire Doling world. The most likely was the second, having a top-quality soul defense type, Astral Treasure, or Soul Tool. This Lin Feng's background isn't simple. Lin Jin's expression changed slightly. To have such a treasure, he must not be an ordinary person. Lam Tok Ti's residence. The atmosphere was gloomy and oppressive, as if suffocating. Lin Langshire and his brothers were kneeling on one knee, cold sweat flowing down. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lam Tok Ti. That solemn and serious expression was like a high and mighty emperor, causing people to be overwhelmed with shock. The slightest movement would probably cause their heads to fall to the ground. Trash. Lam Tok Ti's voice was cold. His right hand clenched into a fist, and in a split second, a strong wind blew. Bang! 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 3 muffled sounds. Lin Langshire and his brother's complexions were deathly pale. They all fell to the ground, heavily injured. If you can't even protect your master, what use are you? Lam Tok Ti's gaze was like a torch, carrying a cold light. What did I teach you? If you enter a foot, I will enter 10 feet. Each and every one of you is a good-for-nothing, only knowing how to crawl back to ask for help. The white light in his eyes glinted to the extreme, as if it wanted to swallow everything. Lin Langshire and his brothers continuously kowtowed in fright. Spare us. Master, spare us. It's not entirely their fault. Let go, Master. Lin Goming advised from the side. The white light in Lam Tok Ti's eyes then slightly weakened. He coldly rebuked, still not leaving. Yes, yes. Lin Langshire and his brothers acted as if they had been pardoned, continuously kowtowing. Many thanks, Master. Many thanks, Uncle Ming. Rolling and crawling, the 3 hastily left the room. Humph! Clasping his hands behind his back, Lam Tok Ti's eyes slowly returned to normal. But there was an additional trace of worry. Master need not worry. Although young Master's white mu pupil is damaged, it is not a fatal injury. Lin Goming lightly fanned his feather fan, slowly saying, supplemented with the Yin-Yang Star Soul pill, and carefully nursed back to health. After a year, young Master's white mu pupil should be able to recover to its original state. But the price of this Yin-Yang Star Soul pill, perhaps. I am not concerned about this at all. Lam Tok Ti shook his head. Although the Yin-Yang Star Soul pill is precious, my friendship with the Star Pill Great Master Medicine King Dan has always been good. With my face, obtaining a Yin-Yang Star Soul pill is not a difficult matter. Lin Goming fanned his feather fan. Pensively, is Master worried about that Lin Feng? Lam Tok Ti's eyes flashed with white light, and he slowly paced back and forth. A while later, he let out a long sigh. Looking at Fan Er's injuries, it seems he suffered from a defensive-type Astral Treasure or Soul Tools resistance, causing the white mu pupil to suffer a backlash. Lam Tok Ti's eyes were deep. He coldly said, however, the effect of the backlash is based on the white mu pupil's attack. Today, if my white mu pupil suffered a backlash, perhaps his injuries would only be even more severe, but he does not yet have this kind of ability. His injuries are not purely caused by the backlash. Similarly possessing the white mu pupil, Lam Tok Ti could not be more clear about Lin Fan's injuries. Master's meaning is? Lin Goming's brow deepened. This Lin Feng, he must possess a first-grade pupil to be able to injure Fan so heavily. Lam Tok Ti's eyes radiated a cold light in all directions. First-grade pupil? Lin Goming was even more astonished. Waving his feather fan, he said with a sunken brow, according to reason, this is impossible. Which clan would allow a genius possessing a first-grade pupil to wander outside? Is this not a good jade covered in dust? A reckless waste of natural resources? Suddenly, Lin Goming's eyes lit up. He was shocked. Could it be? Lam Tok Ti said in a low voice. Lin Feng is most likely the illegitimate son of the old fox. My Lin clan's first-grade pupil lineage, the vast star pupil lineage, has already been broken in my generation. Only Lin Jun, that fox, inherited the vast star pupil lineage. This Lin Feng definitely possesses the vast star pupil. Lin Goming waved his feather fan thoughtfully, muttering to himself irresolutely. Then what should we do next, master? Lin Goming's eyes flashed. This matter has already been blown out of proportion. If word gets out, it might not be beneficial to us. Lam Tok T's lips curled into a cold smile. This old fox is not willing to reveal Lin Feng's identity, so there must be something fishy about him. It is very likely that he is the same as my foolish elder brother. Goming. Yes, master. Lin Goming put away his feather fan and cupped his hands. Lam Tok T's eyes flashed. Investigate Lin Feng's identity thoroughly. I want to see what exactly this old fox. What is he hiding? In the garden house. No matter how big the matter was, Lin Feng, the instigator, seemed to have forgotten about it. At this moment, he was worried about something else. I don't even know how to cultivate the vast star pupil. Now that I have the vast star pupil, what should I do? Lin Feng felt helpless. Now, it was a happy worry. It was like he was in a treasure mountain, but he did not know how to move the treasure. It was a headache. In the Lin clan, there must be cultivation methods and insights. However, he could not reveal his identity now. He could not get more. Frowning slightly, Lin Feng immersed himself in his life soul. It was still the same starry sky. His main star shone brightly, like the supporting point of space. There was no change. Strange. What's the difference? Lin Feng's consciousness withdrew from his life soul. He held his chin and fell in a deep thought. There was no doubt that his vast star pupil had awakened. This could be felt from the sensitivity of his surroundings. The places that were originally blurry in the distance were now abnormally clear. The originally large area could now be divided into very small areas. It was more detailed and exquisite than the vast star pupil in his left eye. However, what was the use of it? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He casually glanced around and fell into a state of unconsciousness. All of a sudden, a change occurred. Second update this week. There are only 2 updates a day. I apologize to everyone. Xiao Xiao needs to recuperate. It will be 3 updates starting next Monday. Chapter 807. It was a silver light. It was dazzling and flashing. It was a very familiar feeling, which shocked Lin Feng. It was the 100-fold time engraving array. Because of his deep understanding of the Tao of time, he had perfectly comprehended the 10-fold time engraving array. However, the 100-fold time engraving array was different. It was completely different from the 10-fold time engraving array. The Tao of time contained in it was too profound, and he couldn't copy it at all. But now, it wasn't a copy. In his mind, a huge silver dragon was circling and roaring. It was the heart of the array drawn by the 100-fold time engraving array. Everything in front of him became transparent and bright. The light and shadow of the time engraving array seemed to be isolated from the space and slowly disappeared. All that was left was the illusion formed by the starlight. It entered a starry space that seemed to belong to itself, like a silver river flowing slowly. Time seemed to have stopped. Lin Feng was shocked. He was trapped in a strange space, deeply experiencing the movement of the river and carefully feeling every change in the energy of the space. This place seemed to be the origin of time, full of mystery. Bang! His mind shook slightly. Lin Feng entered a state of epiphany in an instant. His heart was incomparably calm. His eyes flashed with a dazzling luster, especially his right eye. The newly awakened star pupil was in charge of all changes. Time passed by minute. Lin Feng's mind was completely immersed in it, and he had an extraordinary understanding. In this ocean of time, in this rare epiphany, Lin Feng gained a lot. The level of his soul seemed to be improving, but the Tao of time contained in the 100-fold time engraving array was too profound, far beyond his own ability. The pace was too big at one time. In the blink of an eye, a day and a night had passed. For Lin Feng, it seemed like only a moment had passed. Suddenly, beep, 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 a soft vibration sounded, and the star crystal in his left hand flashed, instantly pulling Lin Feng back to reality. Ha! The light in his eyes disappeared. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment before he smiled bitterly. Normally, when one entered cultivation, they would close their star crystal meter, but this time, he didn't. This was because he had not decided to enter a state of cultivation. Everything was a coincidence. That's good too. The Tao of Time contained in this hundredfold time inscription formation is too profound. If I were to forcefully comprehend it, I wonder how long it will take. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He also felt that this was a blessing rather than a curse. At the very least, he wouldn't miss the Vermilion Bird Challenge competition. If he continued to comprehend it, it might take him a year or so. Initially, I thought that the Star Vault I was powerful enough for me to replicate. Who would have thought? This vast star pupil is even stronger. Lin Feng could only sigh in amazement and disbelief. The reason why he couldn't replicate the hundredfold time inscription formation was because his ability wasn't there yet. To put it simply, his Tao of Time had yet to reach that level. But now, the existence of the vast star pupil made up for everything. It was a deep comprehension. I understand. At this moment, Lin Feng finally understood. No wonder he had a photographic memory. When he was young, he often had all kinds of comprehensions. For example, the first time he saw a martial artist use the spear, he kept replaying it in slow motion in his mind. At that time, he didn't have the strength to reach that level. In the end, it was because of the existence of the vast star pupil in his blood. Before, it was just that it hadn't been awakened. But now, not only does it have the replication function of the vast star pupil, but it also has the comprehension ability of the vast star pupil. It's a perfect combination and complements each other. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth lifted, and he smiled. He seemed to have opened the hidden treasure in his body. It was very difficult to open the vast star pupil. Lin Feng also lost one vast star pupil by chance, which reduced the difficulty of opening it by more than half. Most importantly, because of the natural compatibility between the vast star pupil and the vast star pupil, the vast star pupil awakened the vast star pupil and merged perfectly. The two were originally first-grade pupils, but now they complemented each other and their bloodlines merged, transforming together. It could be said that Lin Feng's eyes were no longer the Lin clan's vast star pupil and vast star pupil. It was a level stronger. But how could Lin Feng know? In fact, he didn't even know how to cultivate this peerless talent. In main hall, Lin Feng, you really came from Yinling Mansion? Lin Jun hesitated for a long time before asking. The information that awakened Lin Feng came from Patriarch Lin Jun. If he didn't even ask Lin Feng after such a big thing happened, he wouldn't be able to explain it. However, this matter had been completely exposed. After careful investigation by Elder Lin Mo, he had already obtained the final result. Lin Feng, not guilty. The whole thing was purely Lin Fan trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Yes, Patriarch. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Lin Jun smiled bitterly. Even though he already knew the answer, he still went to check it carefully again. Lin Feng did come from Yinling Mansion a year ago. There was nothing suspicious about the whole matter. However, Lin Feng seriously injured Lin Fan was also true. Actually, I didn't call you here for anything important. I'm just asking as a matter of routine. Lin Zhong smiled sincerely and broke the awkwardness. Elder Lin Mo of the Disciplinary Hall has already investigated this matter. Lin Fan was the one who made the mistake first. It has nothing to do with you. Lin Feng smiled and said, that's good. Since the investigation was clear, it would save him a lot of trouble. Although Lin Fan is in the wrong, he is also seriously injured this time. Moreover, this matter concerns the reputation of our Lin clan. Lin Zhong looked at Lin Feng and slowly opened his mouth. The clan leader's intention is to deal with this matter in a low-key manner, turning a big issue into a small one and a small issue into nothing. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. He was already mentally prepared. Lin Fan was one of the two rising stars in the clan. Lin Lama had already told him about his identity. There was no suspense in dealing with this matter. After all, he had to give face to the Buddha. This junior doesn't mind. Lin Feng smiled and looked at Lin Jun. A light flashed in his eyes. However, Patriarch, you and I have a contract. This junior joined the Lin clan as a free person. However, such a thing happened in such a short time. It's a bit disappointing. He was very clear about Lin Fan's identity. Instead of forcing the Lin clan to make a decision they didn't want to make and causing everyone to fall out with each other, he would take the better option. Anyway, no matter how heavily he punished Lin Fan, it wouldn't be of much use to him. Why not take advantage of the situation so that he could gain more benefits? Turn the tables on him. Lin Yin and Lin Zhong looked at each other. They understood what Lin Feng meant. If Lin Feng didn't have any value, they could just gloss over this matter. However, Lin Feng would definitely become an outstanding weapon refiner in the future. If this made both sides unhappy, the contract they had just signed would undoubtedly be useless. Then what do you want to do? Lin Jun frowned slightly and probed. Lin Feng's expression didn't change. He smiled faintly. Patriarch, please understand. This junior only wants a guarantee so that I can stay in the Lin clan with peace of mind. In one sentence, there was a trap. The three people in the room naturally understood the meaning behind Lin Feng's words. If the Lin clan couldn't give him a guarantee, then Lin Feng wouldn't be able to stay here with peace of mind. The three secretly praised Lin Feng's ability. He knew how to fight for his own benefits. Looking at each other, the three of them whispered to each other. On the other hand, Lin Feng maintained a faint smile and waited patiently. However, he didn't expect this to be a blessing in disguise. Because of Lin Fan's reckless actions, his status in the Lin clan had deepened and become more stable. At that time, it would undoubtedly be much easier for him to investigate his father's matter. After a while, how about this, Lin Feng? I'll give you two choices. Lin Jun's eyes flashed, and he said slowly, First, become my inner disciple. As long as I'm alive, I guarantee that no one in the Lin clan will dare to touch you. Second, I'll grant you the status of a guest elder and give you an identity token. However, you'll have to wait until you become a star sector level powerhouse before you can implement this guest elder status. Two choices. Lin Feng's eyes instantly lit up. Each had its pros and cons. The first choice was enough to make all the members of the Lin clan go crazy. What a joke. Becoming the Patriarch's disciple, although only as an inner disciple, was already impressive enough. In the Lin clan, Patriarch Lin Jun was fully deserving of the title of the top leader. His strength and reputation coexisted. It looks like fireworks, but in reality, it's just tying me into the Lin clan. Strictly speaking, it's no different from becoming Master Lin Yan's disciple. According to Yuma, this isn't suitable for me. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he instantly rejected the idea. He might not believe other people, but Yuma definitely wouldn't lie to him. As for the second choice, the so-called guest elder was actually equivalent to the status of Master Yanqing. Being on good terms with the Lin clan meant having the right to be a VIP and not being restricted by the clan rules. Their status was relatively high. However, he only had an identity token now. In order to become a true guest elder, he had to first become a star sector level powerhouse. I choose the second choice. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he nodded. In addition, I request that based on my guest elder status, no one is allowed to enter the garden house where I live. Although the garden house was set up for special groups of people and ordinary martial artists couldn't enter, the direct family martial artists weren't included. His request was just a precautionary measure. All right, I agree. Lin Jun stared at Lin Feng. Lam, Tok T's residence. This old fox has indeed started to make his move. Lam, Tok T muttered as he played with the beautiful jade in his hand. It seems like the clan leader really dotes on Lin Feng. He's making exceptions for him time and time again. Lin Goming said softly as he waved his feather fan. Lam Tok T sneered and said, He wants to use my son as a stepping stone to climb up. This old fox is underestimating me too much. However, so what if I tolerate you for now? Let's see what other tricks you and your father have up your sleeves. Either you don't do it, or you do it. Lin Jun, I want you to lose everything. Lam Tok T's eyes shone with a cold white light. Crack! The beautiful jade in his hand instantly turned into dust. He opened his palm, and the jade fell to the ground. Part 1. Chapter 808. In the Lin clan, undercurrents were surging. Internal strife, external strife. These were forever the unchanging laws of large clans. But to Lin Feng, these were just fleeting clouds. After obtaining the status of a guest official, Lin Feng already had complete freedom. Maybe he still couldn't enjoy most of the privileges of a guest official, but just the freedom was enough for Lin Feng. At least in the 10,000 years stipulated in the contract, as long as he was willing, he could live in the garden for 10,000 years. No one would disturb him. 70 sets of raw materials. He could refine 70 sets of colored glass heart. But, after all, this was only a 9th rank astral treasure. Most importantly, because he used a 1-star medium-grade colored glass crystal to replace a 1-star low-grade colored glass crystal. The price of the raw materials rose to 37 million Doling coins. The cost of the raw materials far exceeded that of a normal 9th rank astral treasure. If he refined it to a medium grade, he would even lose money. If he refined it to a high grade, he would only earn 3 million Doling coins for each one. Refining 70 sets to Lin Feng, without making a single mistake, would only earn him 200 million Doling coins. To other warriors, this was already an astronomical figure, but to Lin Feng, it was far from enough because he had to, within 10 days, earn a set of 4th rank astral armor. Easier said than done. I must find a way to enter a self-state and successfully refine a top grade. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. Only by refining a top-grade color glass heart would he have a chance to achieve his goal. A top-grade color glass heart was worth 450 million Doling coins. It was far from what 20 million high-grade could compare to. Oh, I wonder if there's a trick? Or can I only do it by accident like last time? Lin Feng muttered to himself, carefully recalling the process last time. In Yuma's refining room, he refined for 2 days and 1 night, refining a total of 40 color glass hearts. In the end, he inexplicably entered a self-state. Forget it. It's useless to think too much. Personally trying is the right path. I hope I can find that feeling soon. Lin Feng nodded, muttering in his heart. Phew, phew. After a long and deep breath, Lin Feng instantly entered a state of refining. With the flame around him, the feeling was exceptionally clear. In his mind, in a split second, the scenes of refining the colored glass heart appeared. But this time, it was completely different. So clear. The feeling is so profound. What is going on? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The image in his mind was clearer than ever. In self-state himself, every action, every detail seemed was magnified Inz's every detail technique, and even the changes in the flames were replayed in his mind in slow motion. The familiar feeling struck him once again, causing his heart to beat faster. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng felt like he could hear his own heartbeat. His mind. He's colored once again. He gained a deeper comprehension. This time, his comprehension was clearer and smoother than before. He felt as though he was personally refining the heart of glazed glass. Lin Feng stared at the light shadow without blinking, revisiting the old and learning the new. This time, it wasn't self-state. Instead, it was a kind of new understanding, new feeling, understanding, and deep learning. Every detail was even more exquisite than before. Every action was more concise, faster, and more accurate. It was like an ordinary refiner and a master refiner, both refining an astral treasure. One's technique was slightly rough. No matter how exquisite, it couldn't compare to a master refiner. The current Lin Feng was like this. A deep state of comprehension. Time, minute by minute, second by second. Lin Feng's comprehension was still continuing. Even if this colored glass heart had been refined who knows how many times, his comprehension was even deeper now. It took him a total of 30 hours to fully comprehend it. Swish! Lin Feng's eyes were bright. His eyes flashed, filled with extreme confidence. I understand. The so-called self-state allows one to unleash a deeper level of power. In fact, it is the excitement and concentration of one's mind, thus driving the hidden power in one's body. By perfecting the refinement of the heart of colored glass, the quality of the heart of colored glass will increase. But now, the corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled up, full of confidence. He could still perfectly refine the heart of glazed glass and make it refined even without the need for a self-state. He had already grasped every step and every action perfectly. Huh. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. Refining begin. Lin Clan. As the Vermilion Bird Challenge competition was about to begin, all of the clansmen were rubbing their hands in anticipation. This once-in-a-100-year event attracted the attention of the entire Suzaku continent. Everyone was filled with anticipation. The inner city district, the outer city district, and all the virtual spaces were packed with people. They were honing their combat skills, and everyone was thirsting for victory. Through the qualifiers, then the preliminaries, and finally the preliminaries. Not only was there glory, but there were also considerable rewards that motivated everyone. Without the participation of a star sector-level martial artist, anyone had the right to win the qualifiers and preliminaries. There were also many people who could enter the preliminaries. To every martial artist, this was a great opportunity. Last time, I lost in the preliminaries. This time, I won't lose again. I cultivated for 100 years just to take revenge today. I will make a name for myself. Every member of the clan gave it their all. There was no need for too much encouragement, and there was no need for too much mobilization, because this was the biggest event in the Suzaku continent. Lam, Tok T's residence. Father, you have to take revenge for me. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, his body trembling. His eyes were covered with thick gauze. At this moment, Lin Fan looked abnormally agitated as he clenched his fists. Take revenge for what? You got beaten up because of jealousy. Haven't you lost enough face? Lam Tok T's eyes were cold as he sneered. Lin Fan's face was red as he gritted his teeth. Even now, he didn't know how he lost. He only felt his consciousness collapse, and then he lost consciousness. Father, are we going to let that Lin Feng do whatever he wants? Won't I become a laughingstock? Lin Fan was so angry that his body trembled. Thinking about how this matter had been widely publicized in the clan, Lin Fan felt a deep sense of humiliation. He had never been so humiliated before. You asked for it. Lam Tok T's voice was calm. Face is given by others, but face is lost by yourself. If you want to get back at him, go and find Lin Feng yourself. You want me to take revenge for you? Even if you don't find it embarrassing, I do. Lam Tok T's voice carried a hint of disappointment. However, he only had one son, so he had placed all his hopes on him. In all fairness, Lin Fan's talent wasn't bad. His bloodline was inherited from him, and having the second-grade White Mu pupil was the icing on the cake. Only his personality was like his mother, different from him. Father, Lin Fan's face was red as he said anxiously, Enough. You lost and went home crying. Do you think you're still a 3-year-old? Lam Tok T's voice suddenly became louder as he shouted coldly. If you were my son, you would participate in the qualifiers in 6 days, then the preliminaries. Enter the preliminaries with your own strength, and no one would dare to look down on you in the future. It won't be too late to take revenge after you recover your White Mu pupil a year later. Now, put all your focus on the Vermilion Bird Challenge. Don't cause any more trouble. Use a solid performance to win back your face, Lin Fan. His voice was sonorous, and every word was like a gem. Lam Tok T's eyes shone with white light. His expression was serious as he snorted coldly and left, leaving Lin Fan behind, his face flushed red. The Vermilion Bird Challenge was getting closer and closer, and in the garden house, Lin Feng was fully focused on refining the heart of colored glass, his eyes flashing. Lin Feng fully activated the awakening of the vast star eyes. Not only did he have a stronger comprehension ability, but the vast star eyes also increased by a whole level. The current Lin Feng could be said to have abnormal talent. Top grade. Top grade. And it was top grade. He didn't make a single mistake, and his first refinement was top grade. Lin Feng had refined a total of 60 heart of color glass. He had refined every detail and every movement of the heart of color glass to the best of his abilities. All of them were top grade. Every time he refined them, he felt as if he had improved by a level. Every time he did the same thing, his technique became more and more skillful, and his movements became more and more skillful. The feeling also became more and more intense. His spirit became more and more excited, and his mind was completely focused. Unknowingly, Lin Feng once again entered the self state, and a hidden feeling in his body burst out again. It was clearer and more intense. It's coming. This feeling is coming again. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly, and he could control his body as he wished. But his heart was extremely calm. In the self state, he had the strongest ability. Bang! Bang! The flames were ferocious. Lin Feng didn't even need to look to feel a deep sense of familiarity. That was a kind of perfect memory of his body. It came from the heart. The feeling of Tao, the change of rhythm, it's very clear. That's it. Lin Feng refined clearly, over and over again. The same top grade, but there were subtle differences. It was like two equally perfect stone sculptures, but one of them was more delicate, and the expression of the stone sculpture was more beautiful. There was an indescribable feeling, as if it had come alive. That was the current state of Lin Feng's refinement. The top grade also seemed to be soaring. Again and again. 63, 65, 67. The materials were continuously depleted. In the blink of an eye, there was only one left. At this moment, the exquisite technique was displayed to the most perfect moment. In Lin Feng's mind, the state of comprehending the star technique seemed to have appeared again, and the drawing of the Tao at that moment appeared. An indescribable feeling filled his heart, making his technique and technique. It seemed to have transformed again. Second update. '69 top grade. That was more than the 8 Earth rank refiners in the clan could refine in their lifetime. Impossible, Lin Zhong muttered to himself. Wait, Ping, wait and don't move. Lin Zhong suddenly roared, his voice a bit abnormal. I'll be right there, right now. Garden house. It will cause a huge uproar. Lin Feng suddenly smiled. His expression was very calm. Now, he no longer knew nothing about master refiners. He had learned a lot from Yuma. A top-grade artifact was relatively difficult to refine. Normal master refiners would refine according to the refining guidebook. Being able to refine a middle grade was already quite good. Many master refiners would often make mistakes, and the success rate of refining was not that high. After all, this was a very subtle operation. One wrong move, and the whole game would be lost. And only by truly grasping the Tao would one have the chance to refine a top-grade astral treasure. However, master refiners not only needed to grasp the Tao of constellation, they also needed to experiment with their own refining methods. This was undoubtedly more difficult. Technique was one aspect. Another aspect was money. Without money, how could one experiment? Even Lin Feng, to experiment with a mere 9th-grade astral treasure color glass heart, he spent a total of 3 days and 3 nights, spending a total of 400 million battle spirit coins. If it was someone else, it would take at least a month, and the amount of money spent was even more difficult to calculate. And this was merely a 9th-grade astral treasure. So what if it was an 8th-grade astral treasure, a 7th-grade astral treasure, or a 6th-grade astral treasure? Grasping the Tao of constellation was very difficult. To refine a top-grade astral treasure was even more difficult. And to refine a top grade, it was even more difficult than difficult. As for the perfect grade, it only existed in legends. If I were to sell this, I'm afraid it would truly cause a great earthquake. Lin Feng smiled indifferently, playing with the colored glass heart in his hand. The existence of the subperfect grade gave him a very different feeling. It was on a completely different level from the top grade. This colored glass heart was like a unique life form. Although it was not perfect, it was enough to be called flawless. Sell? There was no need. The price would naturally be sky high, but it would definitely cause an unnecessary impact on him. Unlike the top grade, even if it was found out that he refined it, so what? At most, it would show that he had already comprehended the Tao of refining this colored glass heart to the extreme, and people would call him a refining genius. But if he were to take out this subperfect grade, then he would be a monster. At that time, he was afraid the disadvantages would outweigh the advantages. After selling these 69 top-grade color glass hearts, I will have a lot of money. At that time, other than buying star armor, I can also buy some necessities such as star talismans, star pills, or a time pattern array that could be changed to 100 times. Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and his heart softly muttered. With money, it would be much more convenient in the Douling world. Not only could it allow him to live a worry-free life, but it would also make his cultivation twice the effort for half the result. There's still 5 days. Now, everything should be prepared for the Vermilion Bird Challenge. I wonder if Wing will be able to fight at that time. If he helps me, my chances of winning will be much higher. Lin Feng smiled valiantly. Now, Wing was no longer the same as before. Walking the path of a super void powerhouse that Wu Ming had once walked, Wing had already awakened the Dragonfly constellation and was currently working hard to cultivate. However, the 9 provinces were different from the Yanling Prefecture. Here, there were not too many wars for him to display his strength. Unless, enter the 9,999 slaughter districts of Shiluo County. If he absorbs enough nutrients, just like Wu Ming, Wing's strength can advance by leaps and bounds, but right now there is no need. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and instantly rejected it. Participating in the Vermilion Bird Challenge depended more on one's own strength. 69 colored glass hearts have been sold, and it will take a few more hours to receive the payment. Right now, what should I do? Lin Feng muttered to himself, but the transaction space would collect the goods at the same time every day, allocating them, and so on. If he wanted to receive that huge sum, he would have to wait a while. Why don't I try to see if the astral treasure can recognize me as its master? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. With an astral treasure, his strength would increase, and it would be of great help to him in battle. Other than the colored glass heart, he also had the astral treasure staff he obtained from the 100 Falls, as well as the necklace he won from Jia Fei's bet. In the evaluation of the Void Sphere, that was more than 1 billion soul coins. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth instantly curled up slightly. First update. Chapter 810. This is it. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He took out a green necklace with a faint glow. It didn't look special at all, but it was worth more than 1 billion soul coins. A mid-rank 6th rank astral treasure is worth no more than 3 or 400 million soul coins. Even a high rank one wouldn't be worth more than 1 billion soul coins. In other words, this necklace is at least a 5th rank astral treasure. Lin Feng's heart shuddered as his eyes sparkled. Normal astral treasures were almost negligible because they couldn't be found. More than 90% of astral treasures were all middle grade rank. The remaining less than 10% were low-grade rank and high-grade rank. This could be said to be the mainstream at present. He was a 4th rank Astral Lord, but his life spirit was comparable to a 6th rank Astral Lord. He should be able to absorb a 4th rank Astral Treasure at most. This necklace was perfect in theory. Let's try it. I wonder what kind of Astral Treasure it is. Lin Feng nodded and poured astral power into his right hand. Huh. He instantly felt the strange power in the necklace resonating with him. I got it. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He released his astral power crazily, triggering the necklace. Bright light flashed. The necklace seemed to be waking up, lighting up little by little, and his own star energy was continuously being absorbed, as if it was being irrigated, as if it was being fed. Only by waiting until the astral treasure was full could he merge it, transforming it into his own power. Slowly, slowly soon, the corners of Lin Feng's mouth curved upwards. He sensed that the necklace was about to finish absorbing astral power. It was weakening bit by bit, but it was much slower than his astral power recovery. Instantly, bright light flashed. The resonance of the heart was like a call and a feeling of joy. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He slashed his right hand and blood dripped down. Drip! It was a crisp sound. Just one drop of blood was enough. The absorption of an astral treasure was mainly triggered by star energy. Blood, in the end, only made the astral treasure recognize a master as its chi source. It was like an animal smelling its mother's scent after being born. It was a perfect fusion. Lin Feng instantly felt a strong fluctuation in his heart. His life spirit had an additional layer of restraint. Clear cloud chain. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. In that instant, countless pieces of information flooded into his mind. Everything was related to the Azure cloud chain, including how to use it, how to cast it, and so on. As expected, necklace-type astral treasures, the majority are defense-type. Lin Feng smiled faintly. He had already expected this. Another thing that wasn't unexpected was that this Azure cloud chain, as expected, it was a 5th rank astral treasure. Lin Clan. At this moment, the world was turning upside down. The appearance of the 69 glazed hearts caused a huge commotion that had not been seen for a long time. Can you find out, Ajong? Lin Jun glared at him fiercely. I can't, clan leader. At most, I can only narrow down the scope. Lin Zhong's brows knitted together as he muttered to himself irresolutely. But half of the clan members are still suspicious. The most puzzling thing right now is that this in itself should be something that is widely publicized and exciting. But why is this artificer unwilling to publicize it? Lin Yin lightly stroked his long beard, his eyes bright. People are afraid of being famous, just like pigs are afraid of being fat. Sometimes, being famous isn't necessarily a good thing. Lin Jun said in a low voice, or maybe there are other difficulties. Lin Yin and Lin Jun glanced at each other. Their eyes met, and the corners of their mouths rose at the same time. Has clan leader thought of him? Lin Yin chuckled. Lin Jun laughed heartily. My Lin clan has been peaceful for hundreds of years, without any great waves. Only this past year has been filled with pleasant surprises, just because there's one more person. Indeed, it's hard not to think in this direction. Pausing, Lin Jun suddenly shook his head. But he hasn't even taken the title of artificer. I keep feeling that it's a bit hard to believe. Indeed, Lin Yin lightly stroked his long beard, muttering, it hasn't been long since he came out from the apprentice workshop. Maybe it's not him this time. Lin Zhong's eyes shone. Clan leader and master, are you talking about Lin Feng? Lin Jun and Lin Yin nodded at the same time. Lin Zhong looked pensive. Lin Feng is indeed very suspicious. Keeping a low profile is in line with his style, but if he really has this ability, then it's really too frightening. Letting out a long sigh, Lin Zhong's eyes burned. Let alone us. Even the Pang family doesn't have this kind of genius to be able to comprehend the refinement of top-grade astral treasures. Appearing once was luck. 5 or 10 times could also be luck. But appearing no less than 69 times, could it still be luck? Obviously not. Whether it is or not, it doesn't matter. Lin Jun suddenly burst into laughter. This batch of top-grade heart of color glass has flowed into the family. It can be seen that this refiner's heart is with the family. This alone is enough. Since he doesn't want to admit it, what can we do even if we find out? It's better for us to pretend that we don't know anything. Lin Yin gently stroked his long beard and smiled kindly. Clan leader, you're right. Right now, the most important thing is to make good use of this batch of top-grade heart of color glass. Lin Zhong also agreed. Yes, if we make good use of it, our Lin clan can not only completely overshadow the Luo clan, but even to a certain extent, threaten the Pang family. Lin Jun's eyes burned. This is a great opportunity for us. Let's make a name for ourselves. Medium grade. It's not too difficult to perform the blue cloud chain. It's just that consumes a lot of astral power. It doesn't matter. Lin Feng smiled freely. We didn't lack the least was astral power. Compared to offensive and control type astral treasures, defensive type astral treasures were the easiest to grasp and the least fancy. Because it only existed for defense, and there were usually only one or two types of defense systems. It wasn't as flexible as offensive type astral treasures. In just half an hour, he comprehended it. It's strange. I feel like I'm thinking a lot clearer now. There are a lot of difficult things that I feel might be troublesome, but they're inexplicably smooth. Lin Feng shook his head and laughed, but he was worrying about nothing. The state of comprehension was naturally good and bad. Maybe it's because I'm good at controlling the fire of rebirth and am especially familiar with defensive type astral treasures. Or maybe this blue cloud chain is fated to be with me. Smiling slightly, Lin Feng didn't think too much. His heart moved instantly, and he took out the blue cloud chain. In the palm of his hand, there was a feeling of being connected by blood. Suddenly, Lin Feng's heart beat faster, and his eyes brightened. What a strange feeling. It's here again. His heart beat abnormally. The feeling was very special. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He stared at the blue cloud chain, gently stroking its shiny surface. This feeling, it was very similar to the day he comprehended the blizzard domain. In an instant, bang! His head shook. Lin Feng only felt his consciousness shake. In a split second, he entered a strange area. His eyes flashed, and the light shadow appeared again. The flames on its hands rose and fell clearly into his eyes. Lin Feng's eyes widened. That light shadow's movements and rhythm were extremely coherent and familiar. Compared to the blizzard domain he saw last time, it was much more skillful. Its refining technique was much stronger. This is the refining process of the blue cloud chain. Lin Feng was greatly shocked. At this moment, he finally understood completely. So that's how it is. Only astral treasures and astral treasures that recognize me as their master can I sense it deeply. Enter the copy state. His thoughts instantly rose. Lin Feng looked straight ahead. Since he had entered this copy state, he couldn't miss it. The refining of a 5th grade astral treasure already belonged to the category of double star. This was the first time he saw it. The refining of the light shadow was very fast. The rhythm was very clear and smooth. It didn't look complicated. One step after another. Every movement, every change in the flames. Even many of the materials he could clearly distinguish. Lin Feng only felt that it was inconceivable. It's much clearer. The feeling is different from that time in the blizzard domain. It's the vast star pupil. Lin Feng understood. He could even clearly see the time engraving array at 100 times, let alone this was only a 5th grade astral treasure. With a strong comprehension ability, the vast star pupil was extraordinary. The refining process was very smooth. It felt that there was no pause, as if it had already been familiar with it. But Lin Feng was puzzled. It's very strange. The refining this time has an indescribable strangeness. It's obviously so smooth and flawless, but I understand now. Lin Feng suddenly realized what had happened. It was too perfect. He couldn't find the slightest flaw in this refining process. But it was only medium grade. What did this mean? This is the refining of the refining guidebook. It's a step-by-step, a rigid copy of the refining. With the refining technique, rhythm, and movement, it's like drawing an engraving array. The Tao of the entire refining process is drawn. So it looks so perfect, but in fact, it's just a flaw of perfection. Lin Feng understood deeply and suddenly understood. Nearly 2 hours of refining. To practice these movements and rhythms to such perfection, I don't know how much hard work I put in. Lin Feng pondered slightly, but felt that this was much more difficult than refining after comprehending the Tao. One was to follow the heart. And this was completely memorized, purely relying on memory, relying on thousands of practice. Hua! Light flashed in front of his eyes. Lin Feng opened his eyes, the light shook, and the corner of his mouth drew a faint smile. Without the existence of the Tao, to be honest, he didn't want to use this refining method. For a real refining master, this couldn't even be considered refining. But everything had another side. This clear cloud chain was a 5th-grade astral treasure. In other words, the refining method, just now, was recorded in the 5th-grade astral treasure refining guidebook. It wasn't a 9th-grade astral treasure, nor was it an ordinary spirit treasure. The 8-star spirit treasure, Blizzard Snow Domain, refining guidebook is worth more than 10 billion soul coins. If I draw this 5th-grade astral treasure clear cloud chain refining guidebook, I wonder. Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and he smiled slightly. How much is it worth? Second update. Chapter 811. How much was it worth? This wasn't a simple number. In the Douling world, the higher the level of the weapon refining guidebook, the easier it was to be fought over. At the Star Domain level, there weren't any weapon refining guidebooks above the Earth rank, because it was impossible to have any astral treasures or astral weapons. Purely based on weapon refining techniques, it was impossible to refine the Tao in a way that resembled a tiger or a dog. Weapon refining guidebooks only existed at the human rank, which was astral treasures or astral weapons from the 1st rank to the 9th rank. I heard you all mention before that the highest grade of the Lin clan's weapon refining guidebook is a 6th rank astral treasure, and its most direct competitor, the Luo Shi clan, also has a 6th rank astral treasure weapon refining guidebook, but it's an attack type astral treasure, so it's always been one step ahead of the Lin clan. This 5th rank astral treasure clear cloud chain's weapon refining guidebook is definitely important to the Lin clan. The problem is, even if I could write it, would I be able to take it out? Lin Feng thought to himself, feeling hesitant. Too valuable. Its value is hard to estimate. As the saying goes, treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. Now that he was alone and weak, it was very likely that this would cause a lot of trouble. Whether I could take it out or not, we'll talk about it later. Even if I hide it, it'll be a pretty good bargaining chip for me when the time comes. Let's do this for now. His eyes flashing, Lin Feng nodded. He had no reason not to pick up a treasure that fell in front of him. However, how to use it after it was picked up was another matter altogether. After grasping the method of copying, Lin Feng continued to comprehend. As a 5-star spirit treasure, in many aspects, the clear cloud chain was indeed much more difficult than the colored glass heart too. No matter if it was the refining method, the refining time, or the various requirements for the weapon refining master, it was much better. Especially the Tao that was faintly contained within, it was countless times more complicated than the heart of glazed glass too. But it was much easier to master. Because, after all, this was the action and process depicted in the weapon refining guidebook. Copying a painting was naturally much easier than copying the artistic conception in the painting. To be able to create such a simple and powerful refining method, this weapon refiner is also quite powerful. At the very least, one must be able to refine the Azure Cloud Chain as one wishes, and have an extremely deep understanding of this Tao. Only then would one have the ability to refine it. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. As a weapon refiner, he was clear about this. The simpler something seemed, the more difficult it was to make it work. The refining process shouldn't be much of a problem for me now. The troublesome part is still the materials. Lin Feng's eyes flickered as he immersed himself in it. He would first learn the entire refining process before experimenting with the various materials. One step at a time. One day later. It's about time. Lin Feng opened his eyes. Just a simplified refining process was not too difficult for him to master. During this day, he spent most of his time choosing the materials. Unfortunately, the refining technique was still a little lacking. The characteristics and choices of many materials could not be completely estimated. In short, there were too many places that needed to be tested, far more than the time in the Blizzard domain. A mid-grade Azure Cloud Chain is sold for around 3 billion Do Spirit coins. The price of the materials should be between 1 to 2 billion Do Spirit coins. Lin Feng calculated secretly but according to the price, he could also exclude many materials. The refining process was very easy to fail, so the estimation would not be too far off. The cost of the materials was within this range. And I want to test the refining process. Lin Feng muttered to himself. If I'm lucky, I might be able to test it out with 10 billion Do spirit coins. But if I'm unlucky, I might need tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of Do spirit coins. Shaking his head, Lin Feng also felt a little helpless. Currently, he did not have such a large capital. 69 top-grade azure glass hearts. After deducting the handling fee, I should be able to sell them for 29. 5 billion Do spirit coins. After deducting the star armor and some necessities, the remaining money might not be enough. Now, I should focus on the Vermilion Bird Challenge. This plan should be put aside for the time being. The best plan is to refine more top-grade azure glass hearts. Not only can I concentrate on participating in the competition, but I can also accumulate wealth. I'll think about it when I'm free. Lin Feng nodded and made his decision. Right now, he did not need to be in a hurry to refine the Azure Cloud Chain. He stood up and went to the trading space. The number shown in the Silver Phoenix card was 31. 41 billion. After deducting the remaining 1 million Do spirit coins. In other words, he had earned 31.05 billion Do spirit coins from this sale. The price was extremely shocking. Although my Silver Phoenix card has reached the 5-star level, and the handling fee is only 5%, but it shouldn't be that much. Lin Feng's brows relaxed slightly, and he suddenly smiled. According to the calculation of 450 million Do spirit coins for each azure glass heart, 31.05 billion Do spirit coins was the full price. Obviously, the Lin clan did not charge him a handling fee. Winning over people's hearts? Lin Feng smiled. That's good. I can save some money. Let's buy another 300 sets of materials. Now, each set of materials only costs 16. 2 million Do spirit coins, and the 5-star Silver Phoenix card had a much better discount. 300 sets would be for 86 billion Do spirit coins. After deducting, the Silver Phoenix card still had close to 2 billion Do spirit coins. The number was still quite shocking. Withdraw another 100 star crystals. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. It was still necessary to prepare some money. 100 star crystals were equivalent to 10 billion Do spirit coins. In the Do spirit world, star crystals were the most important energy source and also the most indispensable energy source. Any energy source equipment would definitely use star crystals. This included Star Lords and Star Sector level warriors who could also absorb star crystals to increase their strength. 1 star crystal was a fixed unit. In terms of value, it was equivalent to 100 million Do spirit coins. After deducting the handling fee, I still have 7 billion Do spirit coins left. That's enough. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Blacksmiths were indeed worthy of being the head of the 4 assistant professions. In terms of ability to earn money, they were extremely powerful. He had only been in the Do spirit world for slightly more than a year, but he had already escaped poverty and become rich. And it was endless. Lin Jinyun's residence. This was one of the more famous residences in the inner city. This was because the owner, Lin Jinyun, was a living legend. Lin Jinyun's original name was Chun Jinyun. He entered the Lin clan as an external family warrior and made many outstanding contributions. His status in the clan kept rising, and he reached the highest position an external family warrior could reach, the 3rd-grade branch family warrior. Then, due to his handsome appearance and powerful strength, he married the previous clan leader's daughter and became a dragon. Since then, he took the surname Lin and became the 2nd-grade subdirect family warrior. He had 2 sons and 1 daughter, and Lin Xiong was the youngest. It's been so many days, and you still haven't found anything, Lin Xiong said angrily. Ever since Lin Feng left in anger at the Star First building, Lin Xiong tried his best to find out about Lin Feng's identity, but he couldn't take it lying down. Young master, we've checked the family records and compared all the clansmen named Lin Feng, but no one matches. He might be using a fake name. His subordinate, Lin Yiping, looked troubled as he cupped his hands and said, "Fake name, your head." Lin Xiong's eyes widened as he kicked Lin Yiping to the ground. He roared. So many people heard Chief Lin Zhong call him Lin Feng with their own ears. How can it be fake? You've been following me for so long. Do you even have a brain? Although he was kicked to the ground, Lin Yiping could only force a smile. Yes, young master. I'll check again. Useless thing. Lin Xiong cursed and pouted. Also, did you find that bitch Xiao Wei? That bitch refused a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Lin Xiong's eyes flashed fiercely as he ground his teeth. She thinks she'll be safe after leaving the Lin clan. I'll make sure she can't even stay in Shirluo County. She'll crawl over here and beg me. Umph. See how I'll deal with that bitch then. Lin Xiong's fingers moved slightly, and his eyes were full of lust. This. Lin Yiping hesitated. It might be a little troublesome, young master. Troublesome? Lin Xiong's eyes widened as he straightened up. Yes, young master. Lin Yiping lowered his head, not daring to look at Lin Xiong. That girl named Xiao Wei somehow managed to get close to young Master Li of the Flawless District. She has already left Shirluo County and entered the Li family. I'm afraid we can't do anything to her. Lin Xiong's chest heaved up and down as he blew his nose and glared. He slammed his palm on the mahogany table, and it instantly shattered into pieces. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Get out of here, Lin Xiong roared. Lin Yiping hurriedly led his subordinates away as if they had been pardoned. He was afraid of angering this little overlord. Angry roars rose and fell one after another. This caused all the servants in the mansion to tremble with fear. Who didn't know Lin Xiong's arrogant and domineering temper? All of them dared to be angry, but didn't dare to say anything. Lin Feng, don't let me catch you. Lin Xiong's face was flushed red. The fat meat in his hands had been snatched away. Thinking of that delicate and lovely Xiao Wei, he couldn't even see her now, let alone possess her. All his anger was instantly vented on Lin Feng. I will make you regret it. Clenching his fists, Lin Xiong's eyes were as malevolent as a demon's. Lin Xiong didn't know that there were people in the Lin clan who hated Lin Feng more than he did. Lin Fan was currently injured like a blind man. His hatred for Lin Feng was more than 100 or 1,000 times greater than Lin Xiong's. He couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces and tear him into pieces. However, he could only endure for now. The Vermilion Bird Challenge is about to begin. Lin Feng, I will remember the grudge of stealing my woman and destroying my eyes. Wait until my white moo eyes recover. See how I'll deal with you. Like a hungry wolf, Lin Fan was the real deal compared to Lin Xiong, who was a hedonistic son of a rich family. Being the strongest person in this generation of the Lin clan was no joke. Lin Fan earned the title of Twin Stars with his own strength. My body has recovered. I'll be back to normal tomorrow. Third update, the season is changing. Everyone, take care to keep warm. Don't fall sick like Xiao Xiao. Chapter 8:12. In the garden house. Oh, Lin Feng shook his head. He put down the astral treasure staff in his hand, but the fusions still failed. Even if he used all his star energy, the astral treasure staff still did not have the same feeling as the clear cloud chain. The star energy is not strong enough. I didn't expect this unremarkable staff to be such a precious astral treasure, Lin Feng secretly thought. Thinking of what he got from the 100 Falls, he did not care at first, but he did not expect it to be an astral treasure that surpassed the 4th grade. Plus the tears of time-space that I gave to Qian, the things I got from the 100 Falls are all astral treasures. This 100 Falls is really mysterious, far beyond my imagination. As one of the 4 great danger lands of the Sky Martial Continent, the secret of the 100 Falls is indeed not simple. Wait. Lin Feng was startled. Since the easiest place to enter, the 100 Falls of the 4 great danger lands had such power, then wouldn't the other 3 be even more terrifying? There are also all kinds of energy equipment, ancient civilization equipment. Sky Martial Continent. What kind of secret is it hiding? Lin Feng secretly muttered. But even if I know it's useless, it's already difficult to come to the Douling world, to go back. I'm afraid it's even more difficult. His eyes flashed. Lin Feng sighed softly. It was not a sigh, but a longing. I wonder how mother, brother, and sister are doing. Are they doing well in the Sky Martial Continent? How was the development of the show Kingdom after the war? And the brothers and sisters of show? His eyes blurred. Lin Feng felt nostalgic. He had left the Sky Martial Continent for many years. That was the place where he grew up. If he said he did not miss home, that would be a lie. But if you gain something, you lose something. For his father, for Xiao, for Duo, he had to walk this path. Moreover, to pursue the peak of martial arts, to become a starry sky powerhouse, was also one of his wishes. He did not want to live a poor life, did not want others to control his fate, only to become stronger and stronger. This was the belief that had always supported him. I hope to become a saint soon. At that time, there will definitely be a way to return to the Sky Martial Continent. Lin Feng murmured in his heart. His blurry eyes gradually became clear. His determination would never waver. Wah! He placed the clear cloud chain into the dark purple ring. Looking at the unusually plump purple ring, Lin Feng suddenly smiled. It was also time for him to change his storage space, because he didn't need to store too many things. Although the purple ring was a spiritual treasure, it was barely enough. But following the increase in his own strength, every sort of astral treasure, star pill, and astral tool needed to be put in, which was undoubtedly too difficult for the purple ring. It's mainly because I can't bear to. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of heartache. The dark violet ring was a token of love between him and Xiao. Each of them had one. Wearing the dark violet ring, it was as if Xiao was accompanying him. He gently flipped through the miscellaneous items in the storage space. There was everything he needed. Most of them were obtained from the Yanling mansion. There were all kinds of star fruits, star spring water, and all kinds of books. There were also a lot of Douling coins. However, it didn't seem to be of much use here. Suddenly, Lin Feng was surprised. He took out an earring. It was shaped like a water droplet and shone with a bright luster. This is right. It's a gift from Shui Linglong. Lin Feng remembered. That day, he saved Shui Linglong in the 9th district of the Fiercian school. The latter gave this earring to him. At that time, he had no choice but to accept it. After putting it in the dark violet ring, he forgot about it. Now that he took it out again, the memories of the past suddenly came to his mind. At that time, he had sensed a dense amount of water energy in the earring. It was very similar to the water energy in 100 Falls. It could activate the water fate astrolabe in his body. This is not an ordinary earring. Lin Feng's eyes shone. It's not a spirit treasure either. He gently touched the surface of the earring. Just by feeling the material, he could make a clear judgment. Now that he was a refiner, he couldn't be compared to before. Is it an astral treasure? Lin Feng whispered. Looking left and right, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. What an exquisite structure. What a perfect refinement method. If this is an astral treasure, it's definitely not an ordinary item. The feeling was completely different. Lin Feng's heart slightly trembled. Why not give it a try? Lin Feng immediately became curious. He immediately acted. His abundant astral power surged into the earring, but it was blocked outside as if it had encountered a wall. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. His life spirit spun rapidly. His astral power was much thicker than before, like waves of a tide. The astral power of a level 4 Star Lord was instantly unleashed. Boom! Lin Feng's eyes glittered. His astral power pressed against the wall of the earring. His chest heaved. Whoosh! Whoosh! I feel it. I think I can break it. Lin Feng was inspired and kept releasing his astral power. His astral power, which was equivalent to a level 6 Cosmic Lord, broke the defense line of the strange earrings one after another. However, his astral power seemed to have entered a bottomless abyss and was constantly being absorbed. This made Lin Feng extremely shocked. It's not an astral treasure. Lin Feng instantly realized. Astral power was very important for an astral treasure that recognized its master, but if the quality wasn't good enough, it wouldn't matter how much astral power there was. However, right now that wasn't the case. That's weird. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. He was even more curious, but he didn't want to give up. He had a feeling that he could break the wall with his astral power. However, he would need a lot of astral power. But it didn't matter. What Lin Feng had the most was the power of constellations. It was endless and inexhaustible. His life spirit combined with the Phoenix natal chart. For Lin Feng, his astral power wouldn't run out at all. As long as he had enough time, his astral power would quickly recover, and the amount of recovery would keep increasing as his level increased. Time went by slowly. Lin Feng was also a stubborn person, so he didn't give up. He had nothing to do anyway. There were still a few days before the qualification of the Vermilion Bird Challenge, so he wasn't in a hurry. I like to see how much astral power it can absorb. Lin Feng's eyes glittered. No matter what, he had to try his best. In fact, if Yumal were here, he would definitely tell Lin Feng. In fact, almost every astral lord knew this way of absorbing astral power. That was the fusion of astral weapons. Time went by quickly. All the warriors of the Lin clan were hesitating. The Vermilion Bird Challenge qualification round was getting closer and closer to the start of the competition. 3 days, 2 days, 1 day. Did you see the notice? Our leader is a hero this time. Yes, I saw it. Ha! As long as you pass the qualification, the family will give you a lot of rewards. If you can even pass the qualification, wow, that's amazing. Apart from the rewards of the competition, the family will give you 3 times more rewards. Of course, the Lin clan has never been short of money. Damn it, I'm going all out this time. If I pass the qualification, I'll be able to enter the inner city and become a 4th grade warrior of the sub-branch. Me too. Whether I'm a dragon or a snake depends on this. Status, money, women, the Lin clan had really invested a lot this time. The rewards they had never received before were enough to make every member of the clan go crazy. Ha 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 ha. Lin Fan laughed out loud. Although his eyes were covered with gauze, it couldn't hide his good mood. Dad was right. A man doesn't need to worry about trifles when he wants to achieve great things. Lin Fan's gloomy mood had never been so bright. As long as I can pass the qualifying round and enter the preliminary round, I will be able to make a name for myself. Then, I will be able to ask the patriarch to marry me. That Lin Feng is nothing. Clenching his fists, Lin Fan was full of fighting spirit. It wasn't just the Lin clan. The entire Shirluo County and even the entire Vermilion Bird Continent were in an uproar. In the streets and alleys, all the restaurants and tea houses were discussing the most popular Vermilion Bird Challenge. Every warrior was rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms, eager to give it a try. For them, this wasn't just a chance to make a name for themselves, but also a great opportunity. How could they miss it? At the same time, in the garden house, Lin Feng, who had spent 3 days and 3 nights on the earring, finally had an opportunity. The earring's barrier and defense were getting thinner and thinner. It was like a wall that was constantly being chipped away and was now on the verge of collapse. The feeling in his heart was getting better and better. Lin Feng's eyes were shining. He kept pouring astral power into his hands, like a flood breaking a dam. Boom, boom, boom. Again and again, Lin Feng's heart was moved. Almost there, almost there. Boom. With the last surge of astral power, the earring's defense was finally broken. The strong infusion of astral power triggered the hidden power in the earring. In an instant, the entire garden house was lit up by the dazzling starlight. Lin Feng felt his heartbeat accelerate abnormally. A feeling he had never felt before filled his heart. What a strong power. What a familiar feeling and pressure. His body seemed to be trembling. The earring's power was full of pressure. In an instant, swoosh, his left eye flashed. The starry sky pupil seemed to be activated and shone brightly. The soul trembled. His heart was violently shaking. Lin Feng felt incredible. He was a little confused and a little confused. But in an instant, he came to his senses. It's not an astral treasure. It's fusing with my soul. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. He said in surprise, "This earring is actually a soul weapon." He had two life spirits. One of them was the secondary life spirit, given by his left eye, the starry sky pupil. At this moment, it seemed to be a perfect combination with the earring. He seemed to have entered a wonderful space with a dense starry sky. The feeling was very strange and bright. In an instant, countless information flooded into his mind. The starry sky pupil transformed perfectly at this moment. His heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. It was very strange. "Oh my God, this is..." Lin Feng was stunned. His heart beat faster and his eyes were full of surprise. Second update. Chapter 813. You meow? Left. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. A faint jade light flashed in his left ear, and a teardrop-shaped earring appeared. Waving his left hand, Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. After fusing with the Yu Miao soul item, countless information gathered in his mind, greatly increasing the power of his soul. His starry sky pupils had a breakthrough. Yu Miao left a space-type soul item. Apart from the defensive ability of the soul item itself, it has the ability to grow, just like most astral items. The devouring type grows by devouring space energy. The upper limit is determined by the power of the soul. Lin Feng's heart trembled. Light soul items and soul items could grow as long as they had a soul. He only learned this after coming to the 9 provinces. All kinds of growth methods were different. The devouring type's growth effect was very obvious, but there was a big restriction, which was that it required considerable financial support. For example, space energy was more expensive. All kinds of storage treasures had space energy. It might be a bit troublesome when I first came to the 9 provinces, but now, it's not hard for me to earn money. Lin Feng smiled. Now that he had excellent refining skills, earning money was not a big problem for him. Apart from the basic defense and growth ability, Yu Miao has 3 functions. Lin Feng's eyes flashed as he organized the information about Yu Miao in his mind. He was extremely shocked. Generally speaking, an astral tool possessing 1 or 2 abilities was already considered pretty good, and Yu Miao possessed no less than 3 great abilities. Moreover, each of them was quite useful. First, the number of space doors and the control distance are determined by Yu Miao itself. Right now, I can only control 2 space doors. Lin Feng thought. He was very clear about his own strength, because he was a Star Lord. No matter how strong the starry sky pupils were, Yu Miao was only a Star Lord. Therefore, the number of space doors was at least 2. Although there are only 2 space doors, if I can use them proficiently, this control technique in battle, it's quite practical. The 2 spatial gates shuttled back and forth at will. To a celestial spiritualist who specialized in long-range attacks, this was undoubtedly extremely convenient. If the number of spatial doors increased to 3, the attacking methods and tactics will be even more varied. Second, Jade Escape. Shatter the power of the Jade Scroll and use it to escape. Lin Feng nodded inwardly. This Jade Evasion was similar to his Wind Evasion. The difference was that the Wind Escape used the power of one's blood essence and consumed the strength of one's body. However, the Jade Escape was different. It consumed Yu Miao's strength. Now that his Wind Evasion had disappeared, the existence of the Jade Evasion was undoubtedly a timely help, like a protective talisman. One had to know that the Wind Escape had saved his life several times. However, killing is basically forbidden in the 9 continents, so this Jade Escape technique is useless. But it's better to be safe than sorry. However, where would Yu Miao go? Lin Feng was also curious. The Jade Escape was slightly different from the Wind Escape. The Jade Escape seemed to be teleporting to a fixed place, unlike the Wind Escape, which could be controlled by the user. But for him, the Jade Escape was obviously better than the Wind Escape. Every time I use Wind Escape, my vitality will be greatly damaged. It won't be easy for me to recover. But the Jade Escape is different. With my current strength as a refiner and enough materials to repair the broken power of the Jade Scroll, It's not too difficult. Repairing astral weapons was one of the abilities of a refiner. Lin Feng smiled confidently. Although he had never tried it, repairing was much easier than refining. Even if he wasn't 100% sure, he was at least 70% or 80% sure. Third, space star mark. With the power of the Jade Scroll, I can leave a star mark in a stable space, just like a teleportation point. The number of star marks is determined by the Jade Scroll itself. At the Star Lord level, there are only 2 basic space star marks that could be set up. However, unlike the Space Gate, there was no distance limit for the space star mark. One could travel between 2 star marks at will. It was like establishing a space tunnel in the void. It was quite magical. It seems that the third function is the most ordinary and useless. But for me, it may be the most useful in the future. Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and he was deep in thought. This Jade Scroll was definitely not an ordinary item. It has 3 powerful functions. It's definitely not something a human-level astral weapon can have. The Jade Scroll must be an astral weapon above the Earth level. Most importantly, what I've fused with now is not the complete Jade Scroll. Lin Feng brushed his left ear, feeling very deep. Through this Jade Scroll, he could vaguely feel the existence of another person in the distance. The earrings were a pair. That day, Ling Long mentioned to me that if I need it, hold it and call her name. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. He was very clear in his heart. This vague feeling came from Yu Miao on the other side. To the right, only half of the Jade Scroll was already so powerful. If he fused it completely, how terrifying would his power be? Lin Feng was extremely tempted. Phew! Lin Feng let out a long breath. He didn't expect to complete the fusion of astral weapons by accident. Because ordinary warriors only had 1 soul, the fusion of astral weapons was very important. Heavenly warriors controlled souls, and the astral weapons they fused with were usually defensive and auxiliary weapons. Heavenly gods controlled souls, and the astral weapons they fused with were usually offensive and control-oriented. To some extent, astral weapons were much stronger than astral treasures. Fortunately, there's still time. There's still some time to prepare. I won't be in a hurry. Lin Feng smiled. It was almost dusk. The qualification round of the Vermilion Bird Challenge would start tomorrow morning. There was more than enough time. Ha! Lin Feng opened the star crystal watch. The familiar beeping sound rang. There were a lot of messages in the past 3 days. Wan Macho, Li Hao, and Yuma. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Yuma sent the message only a few hours ago. He opened it and saw that she invited him to her residence for a chat. It seemed that Yuma had just finished cultivating. As for Wan Macho and Li Hao, one asked him not to forget the time, and the other told him that Xiao Wei had been arranged. After replying to them one by one, Lin Feng stepped out of the door. Across a wall was Yuma's residence. Looking at the faint smile on Yuma's face, Lin Feng said with a smile, "You've comprehended it." After watching him fuse his artifact forging with it and cultivating in seclusion for so many days, it seemed that Yuma had completely comprehended it. Yes. Lin Yuma nodded slightly. Thank you. Her smile was sincere. The happiest thing for an artificer was to comprehend the Tao of artifact forging. On top of that, she had watched Lin Feng experiment with the heart of colored glass. If Yuma wanted to make her own heart of colored glass, it would be much easier. It's nothing. Lin Feng smiled faintly. By the way, why are you looking for me? Lin Yuma nodded softly. Her beautiful eyes shone brightly. The top-grade heart of color glass that our family has been wantonly selling. Are you the one who forged it? Yes. Lin Feng answered with a smile. He wouldn't answer other people's questions. However, Yuma was an exception. He didn't have to hide anything from his family. Besides, even if he didn't answer, Yuma would have guessed it. As expected, Lin Yuma smiled. She wasn't surprised at all. Pointing at the 3 hearts of colored glass on the artifact forging table, Lin Yuma's eyes sparkled. Actually, I guessed it too. I'm just curious how you did it. To a weapon craftsman, being able to refine a top-grade weapon was a rather high honor. And for someone like Lin Feng, who could forge top-grade artifacts in batches, it could be said to be extremely rare. In Shirluo County, there wasn't a single artificer who could do it. Even in the entire Vermilion Bird continent, only 3 artificers had ever done it. The chief artificer of the 3 great artificer clans. Oh, Lin Feng was hesitant. It wasn't that she didn't want to tell Ma, but there were too many implications. She didn't know where to start. Sorry, I was too rude. Lin Yuma blushed slightly. She secretly cursed herself for speaking carelessly and asking all kinds of questions. This kind of question was like probing into someone's privacy. It was equivalent to asking about the most private part of an artificer. If it were any other artificer, they might have turned hostile. However, unknowingly, her relationship with Lin Feng had become very subtle. Just like this time, after coming out of seclusion, she would pay special attention to news about Lin Feng. It's okay. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. It's just that I don't know how to describe it. After a pause, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Maybe it's because of the starry sky pupil. As I continue to forge artifacts, I happen to enter a state of independence similar to my own. Therefore, it exceeds my strength. State of self? Independence? Lin Yuma's beautiful eyes moved slightly. She was instantly curious. What is it like? Lin Feng smiled faintly. Let's talk as we walk. Do you have time to accompany me to the first star tower? Yes. Lin Yuma smiled. I happen to want to go too. Inner city, Lin Jinyun's residence. Young master, young master. Lin Yiping rushed over in a panic. What's the matter? Why are you shouting? Lin Xiong looked impatient. He was lying on a big chair with his upper body naked. There were many beautiful maidservants beside him. Some were massaging him, some were massaging his legs, and some were feeding Lin Xiong fruits. All of them looked very young and were about the same age as Xiao Wei. Young master, Lin Feng has appeared, Lin Yiping said happily. Oh, Lin Xiong's eyes shone brightly. He straightened up and a strong flame flashed in his eyes. Where is he? Lin Yiping cupped his hands and said, First star tower. Good. Lin Xiong gritted his teeth and shouted. Last time, he returned without success. This time, Lin Xiong clenched his fists and his eyes were filled with hatred. I will definitely make him suffer before he can finish eating. Sorry, Xiao Xiao had something to do today and just came back. She only wrote this chapter. She still owes 2 chapters and will make up for it in the next 2 days. Chapter 814. Star First Tower. It was overcrowded at this time. In fact, today was definitely the best day of business in the Lin clan's 4th tower in 100 years. Not only did the clan members come to visit, but they also brought countless star lord-level warriors from Shirluo County. Apart from the Pang family, the Lin clan's business was the best. Lin Jun was beaming with joy at this time. Facts spoke louder than words. This time, their business volume was even greater than the Luo clans. This was the best proof. The second seat of the craftsman family in Shirluo County had quietly changed positions. Wow, so many people this time. Lin Feng sneered. Walking into Star First Tower, there was a sea of people. Compared to the last time he was here, there were several times more people. Most of them were not from the clan. They were obviously foreign warriors. Basically, they entered with a few people in tow. Several warriors walked around in groups, making a lot of noise. Yes, Lin Yuma smiled slightly. Because the Vermilion Bird Challenge qualifiers will begin tomorrow. Dressed in snow-white clothes, Yuma's flawless white skin made her look as refined as a lotus. When Lin Yuma appeared, she attracted everyone's attention. Coupled with her beautiful face and the faint smile on her face, Lin Yuma attracted everyone's attention. Look, it's the #1 beauty of Shirluo County. I know. She's one of the 2 stars of the Lin clan, Lin Yuma. Tisk TSK, she's as beautiful as a fairy. Whoever can marry her is really lucky. People whispered to each other in disgust. Pairs of eyes fell on Lin Yuma and then turned to Lin Feng. They all snorted. Is he Lin Feng? What? I thought he would be so handsome and dashing. Damn. Damn, it's really a flower stuck in cow dung. That's right. I don't know what kind of luck this Lin Feng has. Miss Yuma actually likes him. Gazes filled with jealousy and envy fell on him. Lin Feng acted as if nothing had happened. He maintained a faint smile and continued to chat casually with Lin Yuma. You seem to be very popular. Lin Feng looked at Yuma and chuckled. With regards to this kind of idle gossip, he had long been immune to it. Since he is upright, why should he be afraid of rumors? Lin Yuma smiled. They're just a bunch of short-sighted people. She was already used to this kind of special gaze. On the other hand, Lin Yuma's beautiful eyes glanced at him. Seeing his indifferent expression, it didn't seem like he was pretending. She was a little surprised in her heart. His temperament was quite good. Don't forget that you promised to demonstrate it for me when we get back. Lin Yuma's eyes lit up. As a weapon refiner, he was naturally curious about how to refine a top-grade weapon. Moreover, Yuma had already grasped the Tao of the glazed heart. Watching Lin Feng refine weapons would benefit her a lot. Okay, Lin Feng smiled. Of course, there was no need to hide it from Yuma. Huh? Why are there so many people there? Lin Feng looked not far away. It was right at the center of the Star Armor building. There was a huge crowd, and the atmosphere was lively. Not far away, there seemed to be a huge light screen flashing, but it was completely different from the last time he came. Lin Yuma smiled and said, "Because there's an event today." An event? Lin Feng was curious. Lin Yuma nodded softly, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Yes, the Star Armor is a gift. I see. Lin Feng suddenly understood. The so-called Star Armor gift event was actually a gimmick created by the family. Any rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, and rank 4 cosmic lords could come and test the gravity-bearing capacity. Every grade was divided into the result of a heavenly spirit master and a heavenly martial artist. Those who ranked in the top 3 would receive the corresponding rewards, which were all superior grade star armors of various grades. That's the top grade reward for rank 4 cosmic lords. The Nightmare Demonic Armor worth 20 billion soul spirit coins. Lin Yuma pointed forward. Lin Feng looked over. It was a huge crystal pillar with a giant armor embedded in it. There seemed to be a ferocious totem in front of the armor. Such a powerful force. Lin Feng was shocked. This star armor gave him a completely different feeling. It seemed to have a unique vitality that contained terrifying power. Lin Feng looked at Lin Yuma and asked, "It's worth 20 billion soul spirit coins. Is this Nightmare Demonic Armor a top grade one?" Rank 4 cosmic lords corresponded to grade 6 star armors. Normally, mid-grade ones cost 6 to 12 billion soul spirit coins, while top grade ones cost 12 to 24 billion soul spirit coins. It was worth 20 billion soul spirit coins, almost 10 times more than the top grade ones. However, logically speaking, if it was a top grade item, its price would be far higher than 20 billion dose spirit coins. Lin Yuma shook his head. No, this Nightmare Demonic Armor doesn't have a grade. It doesn't have a grade? Lin Feng frowned and looked at Lin Yuma in confusion. Did he hear it right? Lin Yuma chuckled. Have you heard of a gift from heaven? A gift from heaven? Lin Feng shook his head. That's right, Lin Yuma said softly. The Douling world is huge and has endless mysteries. In that vast and boundless wilderness, there are countless treasures on the thousands of islands that are boundless. Just like divine beasts and divine fruits, they are born from nothing. We call them gifts from heaven, or innate treasures. His heart trembled. Lin Feng inexplicably felt his left ear move slightly. Normally, we call refined star-level weapons acquired treasures. Lin Yuma said softly, acquired treasures often have power that acquired treasures can't reach, or they can merge with the host without any conditions. For example, they have the power of an astral treasure, but they can merge with the host at the star ocean level. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. The tears of time-space he gave Qianqian. Back then, Qianqian could merge with it directly. Could it be an innate treasure? The most obvious thing is that innate treasures often have many functions. Lin Yuma said softly. For example, a human rank astral treasure, even if it is refined into a top grade, it can't have more than 2 functions. But an innate astral treasure can achieve 3 functions, and its ability is often stronger than an acquired astral treasure of the same rank. Lin Feng was shocked. The soul weapon he merged with, Jade Miao, merely half of Jade Miao, was not complete, but it already had 3 functions. What if it was complete? Lin Yuma didn't know Lin Feng was surging with emotions. He continued, innate treasures are very different from acquired treasures. Even if they don't merge, innate treasures still have a certain effect. Take an astral weapon, for example. If it's an acquired astral weapon, it's hard to use its power without mastery. But an innate astral weapon, even if it doesn't merge, it's still very strong. For example, this nightmare armor. Lin Yuma's beautiful eyes twinkled. It's different from ordinary astral armors in that it can be worn directly on the body to form a defense. At the same time, it comes with the nightmare totem, which can stimulate the killing intent in the host's heart and display even more power. So, even if this nightmare armor's defensive power can't compare to the second prize, the Flame Majestic armor, its price is far higher. Plus, no one knows how strong the fused nightmare armor will be. Listening to Lin Yuma's gentle and graceful voice, Lin Feng's heart was greatly shocked, unable to calm down. According to Yuma's words, his astral treasure staff was very likely an innate treasure. Even if it didn't merge, the astral treasure staff could still draw astral energy and was very useful. Ever since he came into contact with refining, he had always suspected that the astral treasure staff was clearly different from other astral weapons and astral treasures. Looking at it now, it was indeed so, and this Jade Miaozwa, according to Shui Linglong, at that time, it had a similar communication ability able to summon. This was also one of the characteristics of innate treasures. Too shocking. Looking at Lin Feng's slightly shocked expression, Lin Yuma couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Do you have a lot of gift from the heavens? Suddenly coming back to his senses, Lin Feng looked at Lin Yuma and instantly smiled. Yes, I have a lot. Sniffing, Lin Yuma chuckled. Wishful thinking. Lin Feng laughed heartily. Soon after, the shock from before disappeared into his laughter. It was indeed greatly beyond his expectations. He originally thought that the 100 Falls was already very impressive, but now it seems he still underestimated it. There's so many people. Lin Feng was quite surprised. Compared to the last time he came, there were already many differences. In front, there were hundreds of gravity-bearing testing machines lined up in a row, looking extremely grand. One by one, the warriors entered for the test. Not far away, a huge light screen clearly showed the gravity-bearing testing machines of the top 3 warriors. Vice Clan leader's move of throwing a brick to attract Jade is indeed impressive. Lin Yuma's beautiful eyes flashed. Vice Clan leader Lam, Tokti? In Lin Feng's mind, a face that was extremely similar to his father's appeared instantly, and he nodded lightly. How could such a young man take the position of Vice Clan leader? How could he be a mediocre person? Indeed, not only is it attracting popularity, but it's also promoting the sale of the star armors. It's also using this opportunity to attack other artificer clans, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Lin Feng was also impressed. Lam Tok Ti was indeed capable. No wonder he could compete with the clan leader and not be at a disadvantage. Due to the event being held, countless warriors had already been attracted to the area. After all, who didn't want to be in the limelight or be lucky enough to win a prize? Anyway, it would be a waste if he didn't try. Besides, this gravity-bearing testing didn't cost money. Yuma, do you want to try? Lin Feng asked. Lin Yuma smiled and shook his head. This place is only limited to level 1 to level 4 Cosmic Lords. I forgot. Lin Feng smiled. Yuma was a level 9 Cosmic Lord at the moment. Although it was throwing a brick to attract Jade, this brick couldn't be thrown too big. The Nightmare Demonic Armor was already enough for the family. The price was secondary. The name of the Khanate Star Armor was already well known enough. Lin Feng, aren't you a level 4 Cosmic Lord? Why don't you give it a try? Lin Yuma's beautiful eyes flashed as she smiled. Perhaps you'll get a windfall from the sky. Lin Feng smiled and was about to speak when a burst of laughter came from behind him. 3 chapters for today. First update. Chapter 815. Ha ha, Yuma, you really like to joke. Loud laughter rang out. Amidst the noise, it was quite ear-piercing, covering up all the other sound around. It was enough to show that this person was far stronger than the other warriors around. Lin Feng looked back. It was a young man who looked like a cheetah. He was wearing black armor and had a feather crown on his head, which seemed to be a symbol of status. His dark eyes flashed with bright light. His bronze skin was strong, and his muscles were solid and dense. His aura was extremely intimidating. The young man didn't even look at Lin Feng as he mocked. Such a little guy can get the nightmare demon armor? As if on purpose, the black-armored young man stood beside Lin Feng and released a majestic aura. He was half a head taller than Lin Feng, and his bulging muscles instantly dwarfed Lin Feng. Behind him were subordinates who were also wearing armor and feather crowns. They were all dark-skinned and strong. The black-armored young man obviously had high status. Look, it's Wu Bufan, the young master of the Wu family of the Qianluo district. I heard that he has proposed marriage to the Lin clan several times. He's a peak star lord and is known as the strongest in the future of the Qianluo district. He and Yuma are a match made in heaven. He's much stronger than this Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes brightened when he heard the surrounding voices. It seemed that his sister Yuma's title as the most beautiful woman in Shiluo County had attracted a lot of men. Master Yanqing's disciple, Enlu, was one. Lin Fan, one of the 2 stars of the family, was another. This peak star lord, Wu Bufan, was obviously another. The Wu family. I've heard Yuma mention it before. Shiluo County's 99 central districts. In the Qianluo district, the Lin clan is the well-deserved leader, but in terms of strength, it's the Wu family that inherited the bloodline of the Indian constellation. However, I've never heard her mention Wu Bufan. It seems that this young man, like Lin Fan, also has a one-sided love. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and smiled. Unknowingly, he had entered the role of a big brother and started worrying for Yuma. She looked over and saw Yuma smiling at her. Then, he walked over and gently held her arm. Lin Feng was startled. He immediately felt a majestic, killing intent coming from beside him. He didn't even need to look to know that it was emitted by Wu Bufan. Oh! Suddenly understanding, Lin Feng didn't mind. As her big brother, it didn't matter if he acted as a shield for her a few times. In any case, the news had already spread like wildfire in Shiluo Prefecture. Bang! Bang! Her heart was beating very fast. Lin Yuma looked calm, but her heart was in a mess like never before. She had an indescribable relationship with Lin Feng. He was her betrothed before she was even born, and he was the murderer who had indirectly harmed her family. But now, he was treating her in every possible way. Was it good? Is it bad? What did she feel in her heart? In fact, Yuma couldn't figure it out even now. It was just a sudden thought. Not only did she want to break Wu Bufan's heart, but she also wanted to tell everyone she, Yuma, already had someone she liked. All this time, she had been extremely vexed. There were too many young talents pursuing her, including Wu Bufan and Lin Fan. But now, she only wanted to revitalize her family and didn't want to think about love. But trouble came one after another. You owe me, Yuma thought and pursed her lips. She held Lin Feng's arm, but her heart was in a mess. She had an indescribable feeling. Let's go. Lin Feng smiled faintly. He completely ignored the young master of the Wu family and walked away. It didn't matter whether they tested the bearing capacity or not. It was more important to stay out of trouble. But stop! Wu Bufan shouted, his eyes cold and bright. In an instant, the subordinates of the Wu family surrounded Lin Feng and Lin Yuma. Young Master Wu? Lin Yuma's beautiful eyes flashed and said indifferently, Don't forget, this is the Lin clan, not your Wu family. Shua! A figure flashed. Wu Bufan suddenly appeared in front of them. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. The violent wind pressure brought about a strong airflow. So fast. His explosive power is really shocking. Wu Bufon's body was twice as big as his, but this black-armored youth wasn't restricted at all. The Wu family inherited the bloodline of the Indian constellation. It was indeed worthy of being one of the two war god constellations of the 12 southern constellations. I'm not interfering with you, Yuma. Wu Bufon coldly glanced at Lin Feng and said in a deep voice, but you're wasting your life by choosing this kind of good-for-nothing. There was a hint of killing intent in his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. I can kill 10 people like him with one punch. The aura of a peak star lord suppressed Lin Feng. Wu Bufon's strong killing intent surged and spread. It seemed to be intentional. The surrounding warriors all had ugly expressions. But Lin Feng didn't seem to care at all. Lin Yuma's eyes flashed. He glanced at Lin Feng and was quite surprised. With Lin Feng on his wrist, it could be said that Lin Feng's every move and every detail was very close to him. But now, Lin Feng was calm and composed. He wasn't affected at all. He was really mysterious. What's the use of just talking? Lin Feng said indifferently. His eyes met Wu Bufon's gaze. In an instant, there was a ding sound. The starry sky pupil in his left eye suddenly lit up. That was the sound of Yu Miao's movement. Together with the starry sky pupil, Lin Feng's eyes became extremely terrifying. Wu Bufon's expression suddenly changed. Countless intersecting spaces flashed in front of his eyes. It was as if he had fallen into an illusion. In an instant break, he shouted angrily. Wu Bufon's face turned red. His eyes instantly regained light. But at this moment, the surroundings were completely silent. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Wu Bufon actually took 3 steps back. He was forced to retreat by Lin Feng's gaze. Astonishment. Extreme astonishment. Everyone stared blankly at Lin Feng. At this moment, the latter's face was still calm and composed. It was as if nothing had happened. But the scene just now was imprinted in everyone's eyes. When their eyes met, Wu Bufon took 3 steps back. He was defeated. The one who was the most surprised was Lin Yuma. Her beautiful eyes were like ripples in autumn. They were shining brightly. In her heart, Lin Feng became even more mysterious. When she held his hand, she actually felt a sense of security. It was a feeling she had never felt before. Wu Bufon's face turned red and his body trembled. Wu Bufon stared at Lin Feng like a cheetah with deep anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, you've got guts." In his panic just now, he had completely forgotten that the Lin clan had the inheritance of the eye technique. He had suffered a loss due to his carelessness. At this moment, no matter how strong he was, there was no place for him to use his skills. Making a move here was like committing suicide. "I recognize you, Lin Feng." Wu Bufon's eyes were cold and sharp. "We'll meet at the Vermilion Bird Challenge." Then he waved his hand and shouted, "Let's go." Wu Bufon led the members of the Wu clan and strode away with his head held high. His face was filled with anger. This time, he had suffered a great loss. So that's the eye technique? Lin Feng's heart trembled. After fusing with Yu Miao, my perception and control of the starry sky pupil have become much stronger. Just now, Lin Feng was surprised. Just now, he had only focused his gaze, and the starry sky pupil had automatically attacked. It was as if he had cast an illusion. However, he had not mastered any attack techniques. It's just follow my heart. It's the same every time I copy. It's just a piece of cake. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. He did not care too much. At the very least, he now had another technique to attack. "I'm sorry, Lin Feng." Lin Yuma's voice was soft and apologetic. Originally, she only wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of those annoying matters. However, she did not expect to cause such a big trouble for Lin Feng. Lin Yuma felt extremely guilty. She unconsciously let go of Yuma's hand. She bit her lips and lowered her head. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He felt the subtle change in Yuma's movements and immediately knew what she was thinking. The little girl seemed to be very guilty. It's just a small matter. Lin Feng smiled and rubbed Yuma's head lovingly with his right hand. Under everyone's gaze, he put his arm around Yuma's shoulder. Let's go. Her body instantly stiffened, and her picturesque face flushed red. She could only hear her own heartbeat. However, she couldn't muster up the slightest bit of resistance. Behind the two, there was a group of shocked cultivators. Lin Xiong had led his subordinates. He had originally planned to cause trouble for Lin Feng with full confidence. However, he did not expect to see such a shocking scene. His face was dazed. Lin Xiong came to his senses. Did he see wrongly just now? Lin Feng forced Wu Bufan to retreat. Lin Xiong murmured, "How is this possible?" The strongest of the younger generation in the Qianluo district, the young master of the Wu family, Wu Bufan, was a peak star lord. How could he be forced to retreat by Lin Feng in a single exchange? Lin Xiong's heart was in a mess. His expression was extremely ugly. With so many subordinates watching, he had come to cause trouble for Lin Feng. If he retreated now, wouldn't he be a coward? However, if he went to cause trouble for Lin Feng, he would be hit by Lin Feng's eye technique. He would probably lose all his face. Damn it! How can this guy use an eye technique? Lin Xiong gritted his teeth. Now, he was in a difficult position. Suddenly, someone behind him opened his eyes and pointed at Lin Feng. Young master, he is Lin Feng. I recognize him. He is the one who blinded young master Lin Fan. In an instant, the people behind Lin Xiong all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were pale, and their legs trembled. Who was Lin Fan? He was one of the 2 stars of the Lin clan, the only son of deputy clan leader Lam Tok Ti. He had the 2nd grade White Mu pupil and was nurtured by the clan. He was a top expert of a younger generation. Lin Fan's eye technique was extremely sharp. However, he was blinded by Lin Feng. Was this a joke? Lin Xiong felt a chill run down his spine. His mouth twitched as he looked at Lin Feng in shock. He felt his pants getting wet. Who was this Lin Feng? Second update. Chapter 816. Who was he? No one knew, because at this moment, everyone was once again shocked. Lin Yuma covered her mouth in disbelief. She had never thought that what she had casually said would become the truth. Lin Yuma was a little dumbfounded as she watched Lin Feng come out of the load-bearing machine and the shocking number flashing on the screen. The load-bearing capacity was 803 redundancy. Compared to the 669 redundancy of the 2nd place, it was 1 redundancy higher. This was not a simple calculation. For Empyrean martial artists, the number between 1 and 10 redundancy for each level was greater the closer it was to 10 redundancy. Redundancy 1 to 3 was average, while redundancy 3 to 5 was good, and redundancy 5 to 7 was excellent. Generally, this was the load-bearing capacity of all Empyrean martial artists. It was extremely difficult and rare for Empyrean martial artists to exceed 7 redundancy. Redundancy 7 to 8 was perfect. There are not many of them in Shiluo County. Beyond 8 redundancy, the strength was excellent. Yes, it's enough to get the nightmare armor. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Lin Feng slowly stepped out of the load-bearing machine. He was calm and composed. In fact, he had not used his full strength. The number was too high. If I use my full strength, can I exceed 9 redundancy? This thought appeared in his mind. Lin Feng instantly had an answer. It was 80% possible. Exceeding 9 redundancy meant that his constitution was at the legendary level. Not to mention the entire southern region. Even among the entire human race, he was at the top. His load-bearing capacity had just exceeded 8 redundancy. At most, he would be envied. But if he exceeded 9 redundancy, what awaited him would be either a blessing or a disaster. It's said that one should not reveal their wealth. In fact, many things can't be revealed. Lin Feng smiled. He felt helpless. He had to hide his identity, origin, and even his current strength. Their gazes met. It was as if they were looking at a monster. Lin Feng had long been used to it. His father had taught him since he was young to stay true to his heart. Willpower and perseverance all came from his heart. If his heart was firm, what could shake or confuse him? All things to the heart was actually not only effective in breaking illusory techniques, but it was also effective in cultivation. It was also useful for martial artists and the entire path of life. Lin Feng, how did you train your body? Why is it like this? Lin Yuma's beautiful eyes flickered. No one in the entire Lin clan could compare to him in terms of physical fitness. I had a bit of a fortuitous encounter. Lin Feng smiled faintly. If he really wanted to talk about it, it would really be a long story. Other than the strengthening of the phoenix's blood and the enhancement of the dual cultivation, the strengthening of his physique was mainly due to his increasingly solid foundation. The adventures and coincidences that followed were the icing on the cake. Among the Star Lords, his body definitely belonged to very strong. It's only at the 4th rank of the Cosmic Lord level. If it reaches the 9th rank, I'm afraid it can only be considered excellent. Each level of strength had a different division of the body. For example, Wu Bufan, who he had just seen, was probably as strong as him in terms of physical strength. Lin Yuma suddenly smiled. Her eyelashes fluttered like crescent moons as she said softly, "The closer I get to you, the more mysterious and unfathomable you are. It seems you have a lot of secrets." Looking at Yuma, Lin Feng said softly, "Even if I can hide it from everyone, I will never hide it from my family." Lin Feng gently brushed away a strand of hair in front of Yuma's eyes, which made her blush. "If you want to know, I can tell you everything," Lin Feng said. Thump, thump. Her heart was beating extremely fast. She had never felt so numb before. Is he confessing to me? Lin Yuma's mind was in a mess. There was an indescribable feeling in her heart. She bit her lip lightly. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in her heart. She thought of her miserable childhood and the misfortune of her family. Lin Yuma suddenly felt the world spin around her. She felt an indescribable bitterness. She couldn't afford love, especially the person in front of her. His background, however, she couldn't bear to give it up because her heart had been branded. "I don't want to know yet." Lin Yuma smiled and walked away lightly. "Let's go. Why don't you accompany me to pick out a set of star armor?" Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He nodded. Okay. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Yuma's subtle movements indicated that she wasn't ready to accept him yet. "Let's do it slowly. At least it's better than before," Lin Feng said softly. However, he understood that this kind of trauma couldn't be healed in a short time. Looking at Yuma's back, he immediately followed. 3rd grade star armor? Lin Feng's eyes flashed. As Lin Yuma chose with him, Lin Feng was deep in thought. 4-star armors, the 9th, 6th, and 3rd grade are all different levels. They represent the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade star armors. 3rd grade star armor is the most practical in terms of price alone. Looking at the star armors and the crystal pillars one by one, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. However, the 9th grade and 6th grade star armors couldn't be compared to them. Just by looking, he could see many clues. Whether it was the material, workmanship, or the overall smoothness and strength of the armor, the 3rd grade star armor had been upgraded to another level. However, the price was also the same. 30 billion, 38 billion, 42 billion. Lin Feng felt helpless. However, it was far beyond his expectations. He thought that star armors were expensive, but he didn't expect them to be so expensive. Yuma said that the price of a star armor is about 3 times that of an astral treasure of the same level. The price of a 3rd grade astral treasure is more than 10 billion, which is about the same. These are only of medium quality. If it's of superior quality, wouldn't the price be even more ridiculous? Lin Feng smiled bitterly, but he realized that he didn't have enough money. No wonder Yuma chose the 3rd grade star armor because the 2nd grade star armor was probably more than 100 billion. As for the 1st grade star armor, there was no need to think about it. Well, Yuma's weight bearing should be about 4%. However, she seems to be hesitating. Watching Yuma choose along the way, Lin Feng knew what she was thinking. Money was still not enough. The price would exceed 30 billion Do spirit coins, and it would be a heavy burden for any warrior. Even if Yuma was a refiner, she was still young and didn't have as much wealth as some older refiners. If the Vermilion Bird Challenge wasn't so important, Yuma probably wouldn't be willing to spend this money. For the peaceful Shirluo County, for a refiner, star armor wasn't very useful. Lin Yuma turned and asked, Lin Feng, what do you think of this flowing cloud armor? Lin Feng looked over. Flowing cloud armor, weight-bearing capacity of 300, growth rate of 921, price 28 billion Dolan coins. Among the armors of Heaven Warriors, it was a relatively cheap one, especially with a growth rate of 921. Among third-grade star armors, the growth rate was 8 to 12. It was in the lower middle. No matter how he looked at it, it wasn't suitable. Only the price was considerable. Sighing in his heart, Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. He took Yuma's small hand, and the latter's body trembled slightly. Lin Feng nodded. Follow me. He didn't care about the gazes of the people around him and walked backward. Where are we going? Lin Yuma was a little overwhelmed. Lin Feng smiled faintly and didn't answer. Soon, they arrived in front of a crystal pillar. There were quite a lot of people watching here. Many warriors were whispering as if they were discussing something. Many people's eyes were shining. Fluorescent armor, weight-bearing capacity of 444, growth rate of 1040, price 45 billion Dolan coins. The beautiful fluorescent light carried an alternating red and white glow, and the soft lines made it look very graceful. This set of light armor seemed to be specially made for women. In fact, among all the third-grade star armors, most people were watching here. Many warriors wanted to buy it, but the price was really high. 45 billion Dolan coins was not something an ordinary warrior could afford. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Lin Yuma's beautiful eyes twinkled. She turned around and looked at him. Her heart was touched. How did Lin Feng know that she liked this set of fluorescent armor the most? Buy it. Lin Feng smiled. As for the other star armors, Lin Yuma would take a closer look at the introduction above. Only this set of fluorescent armor was ignored by Yuma. Logically speaking, with her weight-bearing capacity, she could wear this set of fluorescent armor, but she ignored it. The answer was obvious. Either this set of fluorescent armor was too bad, or it was too good. Pursing her lips, Lin Yuma's beautiful eyes twinkled. How could she not want to buy this set of fluorescent armor? It was just that the price of 45 billion Dolan coins was too expensive. Even if she used up all her savings, it would not be enough. Moreover, it was too risky. Lin Feng. Lin Yuma was about to say something, but she was stunned. In front of her was a silver phoenix spreading its wings. Lin Yuma raised her head and saw Lin Feng smile. Take it. Lin Feng handed the silver phoenix card to Yuma. There are nearly 7 billion Dolan coins here. It should be enough if you add your money. Seeing that Yuma's expression was a little absent-minded, Lin Feng gently smiled. How could he not know what Yuma was thinking? In an instant, he held her soft and delicate hand and forcefully stuffed the phoenix silver card into her hand. You don't have to be so polite between us. Lin Feng said softly, if you want to count, then count it as me lending it to you. Seeing that Yuma was still in a daze, Lin Feng felt helpless. He pulled Yuma's hand and stepped forward. In an instant, they arrived in front of the crystal pillar. Pa! Lin Feng pressed the button without hesitation. Whoosh! Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Walala! The crystal pillar opened immediately. The beautiful fluorescent armor appeared in front of everyone, causing them to exclaim in surprise. At this moment, Lin Yuma had already regained her senses. She was extremely shocked. Lin Feng, grabbing the fluorescent armor, Lin Feng held Yuma's hand and looked around at everyone. He smiled valiantly. We want this fluorescent armor. After saying that, he stuffed the fluorescent armor into Yuma's arms. Without caring about other people's gazes, Lin Feng immediately pulled Yuma away. The latter's face was slightly red, but she was slowly getting used to it. It was a little domineering, but very gentle. This feeling was very comfortable. Third update tomorrow. The Vermilion Bird Challenge begins. Chapter 817. Early in the morning, the first glimmer of light appeared in the sky. However, the entire Lin clan was already bustling with noise and excitement. It was in full swing with thunderous cheers. Garden house, basement, pong. A strand of celestial phenomenon appeared again. The phoenix spread its wings and soared high, emitting a sharp screech. On the crafting table, there was another top-grade heart of colored glass, shining with a moving light. It was worth 450 million Do spirit coins. Phew! Lin Feng exhaled lightly. His eyes were bright. After a night of crafting, he did not feel tired. Instead, he felt a faint sense of comfort and excitement. As far as he was concerned, weapon refinement was similarly a type of warm-up. It's about time. It's a pity that a sub-perfect heart of colored glass is still difficult to craft. Lin Feng smiled faintly and put away the heart of colored glass. Although he did not craft a sub-perfect heart of colored glass in 10 hours, 10 top-grade heart of colored glass were still worth it. 1,000 gold coins will come back again. The Phoenix Silver card can earn me another 5 billion Do spirit coins. Lin Feng immediately walked to the trading space. Because he spent 15 billion Do spirit coins to buy the fluorescent armor at the Star First building yesterday, his Phoenix Silver card had less than 1 billion Do spirit coins left. He urgently needed to replenish it. However, this was nothing to him. He did not feel any reluctance at all, because Yuma was his family. Moreover, was it difficult to earn money? In next to no time, 10 top-grade glazed glass hearts were sold. Lin Feng immediately stepped out of the trading space. He had only used 10 of the 300 sets of raw materials he bought last time. In terms of success rate, which other craftsmen feared the most, Lin Feng handled it perfectly. He did not fail once. Now, every time he performed normally, he could craft a top-grade heart of colored glass. After deducting the cost, he earned a total of 430 million Do spirit coins. The profit was quite generous. When I come back from the qualifiers, I'll craft all 300 sets of raw materials. By then, I'll have enough money. Lin Feng nodded lightly. He already had a plan in mind. The trip to the Star First building made him realize the importance of money. Money might not be able to buy everything, but at this stage, however, it was quite useful. There are still nearly 2 hours before the start of the competition. Let's meet up with Brother Wan first. With a carefree smile, Lin Feng walked to the other side. Here, there was a space with familiar energy. He had once planted a star marker there. Let's give it a try. Lin Feng smiled. His starry sky pupils shone brightly, and the jade pendant in his left ear moved slightly, making tinkling sounds. In an instant, sizzle, 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 there was a slight vibration in the air. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He felt the existence of the astral indicator on the other side. The two were like magnets that attracted each other. Hua! The spatial energy trembled. With a slight movement, Lin Feng's figure instantly disappeared from his original spot. Pop! Hey, Brother Lin, your space star indicator is really amazing. It's like having a teleportation array. Wan Macho was quite surprised. You could say that. Lin Feng smiled calmly. It was his first time using one of Yu Miao's 3 great abilities, the space star indicator, and he didn't feel any discomfort. Perhaps it was because it was close, but he arrived in the blink of an eye. It was quite easy and didn't seem to consume any energy. By the way, with this space star indicator, I can escape at any time if I can't win the battle? Wan Macho's eyes flashed. Born in Yinling Prefecture, Wan Macho was particularly fond of battles. In fact, this was also the case for Lin Feng. I'm afraid it's a little difficult. Lin Feng hesitated and shook his head. Although the space star indicator can be reset, it will take a lot of time. Moreover, with a thought, Lin Feng suddenly recalled the entire process and said, there must be a stable space in order to perform this kind of teleportation technique. Moreover, the whole process took only a few seconds. If it was a real battle, I'm afraid I would have died. Well, Wan Macho nodded. If that's the case, this space star indicator is only a purely auxiliary soul skill. Yes. Lin Feng smiled. Yu Miao's 3 great abilities each had their own uses. A purely auxiliary soul skill might not be bad. What a pity. Juan Macho sighed. Unlike astral treasures, the choice of astral tools is very important. Brother Lin, you're a little too eager to succeed this time. Normally, a martial artist could only fuse with one astral tool. As Juan Macho said, it was very important. It's okay. Lin Feng smiled. It's almost time. Let's go. Okay, Juan Macho replied. The two of them walked together. At this time, the sky was already bright. The entire Shirluo prefecture was bustling with noise and excitement. The once-in-a-century Vermilion Bird Challenge was about to start today. Everyone was full of energy and wanted to give it a try. Although it was only a qualifying round, it was still very attractive. After all, this was the largest and most important competition in the entire Vermilion Bird continent. The rewards were also unprecedentedly generous. The qualifying round is actually very simple. The strong will be eliminated, and the weak will be eliminated. Juan Macho smiled. Like Master said, for you and me, instead of a qualifying round, it's better to say it's a trial. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Because of this, he didn't go with the Lin clan. Of course, forming a team was more beneficial for passing the qualifying round. However, with this kind of trick, even if they could pass the qualifying round, they might not be able to pass the qualifying round. Only these families that fought for fame and fortune and to achieve results would do this. The only ones who could enter the preliminaries and compete with those powerful star sector level martial artists were a real cosmic lord. Qianluo Palace. Located in the center of the Qianluo district, it was already crowded. The dense crowd completely filled the huge Qianluo Palace. Hundreds of entrances and exits were filled with lively crowds. Phew, there are so many people. Lin Feng suddenly smiled. It was hard to imagine that these tens of thousands of people were all Star Lords. An astonishing aura spread out. None of the martial artists were ordinary. Yes, there are about 32 million Star Lords participating in the competition in Shirluo County. Juan Macho nodded and said, the competition will be divided into 32 battle zones, and each zone will have about 1 million people. The strength of each battle zone will be divided to prevent the strong from fighting too early. Lin Feng replied softly, this division was indeed reasonable. After all, it was discarding the trash and picking the best. There would be several rounds of competition. Lin Feng looked into the distance and asked curiously, will our battle zone be in the Qianluo Palace? Juan Macho smiled and said, no, this is just a verification of identity, a battle zone, and a battle star. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. He knew that the Star Lords participating in the Vermilion Bird Challenge had to be under 10,000 years old. This was a layer of screening. What's a battle star? Lin Feng didn't understand. A battle star is actually a representation of strength. Juan Macho smiled and said, the first rank of the Star Lord rank is 1 battle star. The second rank is 2, and so on. The peak of the Star Lord rank has the highest 10 battle stars. However, this is just the basic battle stars. The number of battle stars will increase and decrease according to the martial artist's background. For example, if you're participating for the first time, you'll have 1 less battle star. If you're under 30 years old, you'll also have 1 less battle star. If you have various achievements, the number of battle stars will be increased, but it could be 10 at most. Juan Macho smiled and said, put the battle star on your chest. It's easy to see. I see. Lin Feng nodded, suddenly understanding. This way, the strength of the martial artist could be distinguished more clearly. In the qualifiers, they could avoid provoking the experts they shouldn't provoke. They could measure their own strength and avoid disaster. Juan Macho smiled and said, in the battle zone, a battle star is everything. You can buy a lot of things with it. Battle stars can be obtained in different ways. You can get them in the wild, complete missions, or even buy them with money. And the most direct way to obtain a battle star is to obtain a star through battle. Kill your opponent, and take their battle stars. A 3-star martial artist gets 3, and a 5-star martial artist gets 5. For example, Brother Lin, although you're a rank 4-star lord, you don't have any regular battle records. I'm afraid you only have one of the 4 basic battle stars. If you're killed, you'll only get the lowest battle star. Oh, Lin Feng's eyes glittered. Indeed, it was quite straightforward. As far as he knew, every battle zone was similar to an enlarged virtual space. That place was actually a virtual world. Death didn't count for much. Juan Macho smiled and said, "The rules are simple. You'll pass if you get 100 battle stars. The qualifiers will last half a year. There's basically no time limit. Those who come out on the first day will be treated the same as those who come out on the last day, but the rewards will be slightly different." Lin Feng was surprised. "Didn't you say that there were no rewards in the qualifiers?" "No, there are no physical rewards," Juan Macho said. Juan Macho said, "However, the first 1,000 martial artists in each battle zone will get a considerable amount of battle zone gold. Based on the ratio, especially the first to pass, they'll get 10% of the battle zone gold, which is more than 10,000 star crystals. 10,000 star crystals. 1 trillion fighting spirit coins?" Lin Feng was shocked. "What's the battle zone gold? 10% is more than 10,000 star crystals?" Lin Feng was surprised. "Is it offered by the meeting?" "No." Juan Macho smiled and said, "It's offered by the martial artists in the battle zones. The star crystals spent to buy a battle star or the right to fight again will be deposited into the battle zone gold." Juan Macho looked ahead and smiled. "So if they go in first, those who go in first will only contribute to the battle zone gold. Those who can stand out in the battle zones are always the strong ones." Juan Macho was very confident. Lin Feng looked at Juan Macho with a carefree smile. Juan Macho had regained her confidence and had completely changed. She used to be the strongest person in the Yanling Prefecture. After coming to the land of the 9 states, she had a great opportunity and became a disciple of a saint-level expert. Her strength had improved by leaps and bounds. This Vermilion Bird Challenge is quite interesting. Lin Feng looked at the crowded crowd in front of him and smiled. Just as Juan Macho said, this was quite a good opportunity for him. The trial. Alas, I can't express my bitterness. I wanted to update 4 times today. I'm sorry, everyone. I won't go back on my word. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.